Action underway here with continuing coverage of the 2022 Ebonite Fall Classic. My name is Mike Flanagan. Welcome back to Inside Bowling's coverage here from Waterloo, Iowa, up here at Maple Lanes. Broadcast would not be possible without the great sponsors of this event. Of course, it starts with our title sponsor, Ebonite. If you're looking for a new bowling ball purchase, make sure you consider an Ebonite bowling ball for your future purchase. Ebonite, makers of a lot of great products. And if it's not Ebonite for you, at least keep it in the Brunswick family of brands, as they do support the Greater Iowa Bowling Association Tour. Also would like to give a shout out and an appreciation and thanks to the Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau. Also, I Am Bowling. If you're looking for some new dye sublimated team shirts, jersey shirts, maybe you're a singles tournament bowler, or maybe you want to give a gift to someone you love, you can head over to IamBowling.com, and you can use the coupon code GIBA, and that'll save you 25%, a nice discount over there. Thanks to the folks, Ken and Kathy and everybody in Las Vegas at I Am Bowling. Also want to give a shout out to Guaranteed Rate, especially Brandon Steen, the one making the sponsorship happen. Brandon Steen works at Guaranteed Rate. If you're looking to refinance, check out Guaranteed Rate up here in Iowa. Also want to give a shout out to our official beers of the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. Of course, remember to drink responsibly, but Budweiser and Bud Light have been a sponsor for many years. Also, our local host sponsor, our hotel sponsor, Hampton Inn. When I come up here, I stay at Hampton Inn. It's a great place to be. Love Hampton Inn. Check it out. The OP restaurant over on Ridgeway, another staple here up in Waterloo. Been supporting the event for a long time. Check out OP restaurant when you're up here in Waterloo. It's a great place. And in our last sponsor, Kwik Star. If you're looking to fill up your gas tank, getting in or out of town, or anytime you're through the Waterloo area, make sure you support Kwik Star. Also here at Inside Bowling, we also do sell merchandise on our website. This way you can support the stream. It is a free stream here on YouTube, InsideBowling.com. You can use that coupon code in the bottom left. YouTube saves you 15% off year-round over at InsideBowling.com. We certainly do appreciate that very much. So let's talk a little about what we got going on here. We're starting on lanes 11 through 14 for our C squad. We've already had an A and a B squad. Want to introduce you to the players that we have here on 11 and 12. We have David Eggert, Matt Gasson, Dwayne Kiltz, and Russ Ovia. And of course, right next door, we've got Chad Nelson, Brady Stearns, Shan DeBauer, and Jennifer Wittenberg. I believe that's Shane DeBauer, by the way. My sheet says Shan, but I think it just runs out of room. Got a lot of players here on the squad. I'll introduce them now. Dan Gifford, Avery Wolf, Chris Wiley, Logan Williams down on 1 and 2. Down on 3 and 4, Justin Harp, Zach Lance, Jason Mesker, Trent Mitchell. 5 and 6, we got Matthew Edler, Ryan Spear, Owen Brinker, and Ashton Yamasaki. On 7 and 8, we got Gage Duda, John Malone, Jace Meyer, and Mason Sturkle. 9 and 10, we got Justin Abood, William Jones, Jordan Monins, and Carson Reed. I introduced the players on 11 through 14 already. 15 through 18, we've got Kyle Anderson, Josh Powell, Simon Larson, Brian Thompson. Then over on 17 and 18, we got Jason Miner, Gavin Moeller, Jake Cook, and Donovan Thomas. 19 and 20, we got Dion Bumgardner, Edward Peterson, Patrick Hovda, Bruce Rollins Jr. 21 and 2, Conan Mackey, Logan Mason, Roger Harford, Ryan Swiderski. On 23 and 24, we have Ryan Bundy, Cassandra Neff, Travis Knapp, and Jason Pitts. 25 and 6, we got David Cole, Jerry Mars, Jacob Miner, and Jason Miller. 27 and 28, Troy Oder, Tommy Strauss, Michelle Fangman, and Zach Van Dusen. So we've got quite a squad here tonight for you. Want to pop up the standings after B squad. This is not A and B combined. This is just after B squad. Take a look at the B squad bowlers. Brittany Smith goes to the lead. 70 over led the first squad. We had a tie at 70. On B squad, Brittany, she outbowled everybody. She's plus 127. Ryan Burks in second at plus 77. He's second overall. Then Tony Oliva at plus 51. Benji Martinez at plus 34. Fifth is Tommy Barnwell at plus 32. Paul Bober, sixth on that squad, plus 28. Seventh is Nick Crummell at plus 20. Eighth is Brody Green at plus 19. Plus 16 and ninth is Nick Pate. Jarrell Morris, 10th at plus 11. The only other player plus was Will Matafee. He is in 11th at plus 2. notice the top 16 there. Minus 32, Nate Ridgepecker. So there you have it. The real story of this event is this oil pattern. Very low scoring. Take a look at the 2022 Ebonite Classic here at Maple Lanes. 43 feet in length. That's the pattern. 29 milliliters of oil. 16 on the way down. Very flat. On the back, it does have some shape. 13.29 milliliters on the back. It's a 1.84 to 1 ratio. It is symmetric, and we are projecting a cut score to be somewhere around minus 50. Minus 50-ish for our cut score here in Waterloo. We talked to Matt Gasson about how he was going to attack the lanes, and he really thought he was going to try urethane out, and it looks like he is doing so. He joined us during the last block and talked a little bit about how he thinks straighter is greater here this evening. So we'll keep an eye on him. We get to start with him on 11 and 12. There is Jennifer Wittenberg right next door over there on lane 13. She is the one that helps run the tournament, brings me all the standings and updates and what's going on. Of course, Joe gets to bowl the first squad, and Rosie helps all day. And now Jennifer gets to bowl the C squad. So we're certainly rooting for Jennifer to make this cut. Bring your spare game, that's for sure, here up in Iowa. My name is Mike Flanagan. Welcome into our chat. I want to introduce all the players here, or all of our spectators, I should say, in our chat. I want to say hello to Jazz 2K7, also to Catch 22, the Angry Honey Badger, Will Moore, Muhammad Karul, Mac D, and Will Moore. What's going on? Glad you're with us here. Here's old Russ, our buddy Russ. This guy can play. He's bowled a lot of high-end tournaments. He's done very well. It's good pairs here to get started with. Thanks, John. I appreciate it. Thanks, Lonnie. I just went over all the names, Lonnie. If you want to bring the recording back a little bit, I did announce everybody on this squad. I think Gasson is probably maybe the most decorated. I have Chad Nelson on the squad. Gasson has gone open, open, double 9. They're definitely very hard. Don't forget our coverage tomorrow begins at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. right here. We'll have 6 games of the Cashers round. Gasson throwing at the 2, 4, 8, 10 gets none. Yeah, John, Russ does throw the ball pretty hard at his spares. There's no doubt about that. Hey, Eric, did they say they're cutting to 56 or no? They are for sure. Okay, so they are cutting to 56, folks. So if I go and look at the standings, and basically you take 19 from each squad, that would be 57. So you got to subtract 1. But through 2 squads, minus 51 is 19th on B squad. If I go to A squad, minus 44, and there's a minus 45. So right now the number's minus 45 to cash in this tournament, which is for 7 games, that's about a 193 average-ish. He's up first. Yeah. No. Minus 45 is the cut right now. Yep. Yep, minus 45. Oh, an 8-10 for Jennifer. That's no fun. That's no fun at all. I see a lot of splits out there on the lanes. Going to bounce out of here and head over to lane 7 and 8, where Mason Sturkle has a nice game going here. Can still bowl 267 to start. We've seen some 260s out of the gate. Yes, they do move lanes every game. I popped the oil pattern up a little while ago. I'll do it again here after this game. You can rewind back. I covered it at the top of the show. So how about a 256 start? Beautiful, 256. It's a great start.
Everybody, yeah.
I mean, just have one guy 450 over.
Yeah, that would be embarrassing.
And then, one for Brittany would be really nice.
Yeah, no kidding.
If I was out there, So, probably better. Let me know when you're going to make like a wall. That way, when I have 270, somebody else might be able to talk about it. Don't have to be the first round. So, just I don't want to wreck your events.
No, I hear you. I picked up 7 splits today.
Really? Good to see you. What'd you finish out?
3,600.
Oh, look at you.
I'll be bored tomorrow.
Yeah, just stealing money from your own bank account. Just taking it around.
71 in 3 weeks, but still playing with the kids.
I don't believe it. You're like Albert Pujols.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't hit him over the fence. I just kind of tease him.
All right. Joe's hooking me up here. Score retrieval sheet. We are good to go. So Jennifer here can bowl 175. She was bowling a clean game except for the split, which was an 8-10 that we saw. Russ is looking for a triple. He can still bowl 209. That's got to hook a lot. Nope. They're so hard. I like that look from Dwayne. Definitely like that look. We did have a 300 earlier today. We also had a front 9. That's been today's excitement. Zach Carter had the 300 earlier today. Chad Nelson, solid 9s. He can bowl 181. One open frame in there. 2 strikes for the whole game. Looks like Gasson's out of urethane and has made the move way in, which was another option. Strike for Matt. Not sure when Matt made this move. Missed in on that one. Can bowl 166 this game. So looks like No 200 games here from a couple talented pairs. So I know we had a question about what pattern they're bowling on, so I'll go ahead and bring that up now. This is the Ebonite Classic pattern for 2022. It's very flat. It's a 1.84 to 1 ratio. Very difficult lane condition. Getting ready to go into game number 2. Eric Littig's going to join me in the booth here at some point during this game, I believe. Eric is a steward of knowing everything about all the bowlers up in this area, so we will get a chance to talk things over with him, which we certainly do appreciate. So it looks like coming over, we're going to have Dan Gifford, Avery Wolf, Chris Wiley, Logan Williams on 1 and 2. 3 and 4, we're going to have Justin Harp, Zach Lance, Jason Mesker, and Trent Mitchell. I'm going to adjust that scoreboard real quick. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good. All right, everybody, we're back for game number 2. I told you I got a guest coming. Told you it was one Eric Littig. Eric, how are you?
Not too bad, Mike. How about you?
Great. So, you know, this year I've been out on the PBA Tour, calling the PBA Tour guys, which is very easy to commentate about because you know everybody, you recognize everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I've also done PWBA, which pretty easy as well. And then the PBA 50 Tour, which is just all a bunch of Hall of Famers.
Legends, yeah.
So that's pretty easy. I did Junior Gold, and that was tough. Because, you know, 2,000 or 4,000, whatever it is, however many kids, that's tough.
Yep.
So now here we are, back in Iowa, my old stomping grounds. This is the 22nd event that we've had as a major up here in Iowa. Been doing this for about 12 years, been coming up here for these events.
Yep.
We've seen bowling centers burn. We've seen bowling centers change hand and ownership. We've seen centers upgraded. We got some great facilities up here. And over the course of 12 years' time, this tournament has gone from Jeff Riggles and Steve Richter bowling this tournament, and Tom Hess, of course, and the rest of the gang, and guys like Mike Peters and so many others. And we've seen so many players come and go. And I feel like the version of it now, I know less bowlers than I've ever known in this event. And I think it's because I'm not streaming amateur tournaments in the Midwest anymore. So I come in here, and oftentimes I get help from folks that can introduce me to new players and that. And you are at the top of the list because you are totally in tune with all these bowlers up here. So I see you out, at Junior Gold, representing your college, of course. And, you know all the young talent, all the locals. And this has become a real, in my opinion, singles college tournament. About 40 to 50% of the field. That's what this thing has become because it is challenging and it's good preparation for college bowling. Would you agree with all that?
100%. I believe if you really look at the 160-some entries that they have in this tournament, probably 50% are current or former college players.
Yep.
Typically.
Yep.
They're used to bowling on challenging conditions, and when you come here, even a pretty good score a lot of times. Today for sure. We've seen that already over the last 10 hours, 11 hours.
Yep.
But yeah, there's this tournament, this event, and the 11th frame and the Ebonite in February. I think you're right. It has gotten younger.
It really has.
But there's no shortage of good young talent in the Midwest. We know that, and it's always been that way.
It really has. So I want to touch on something I touched on with Mr. Gasson, which I think you will appreciate or be more educated about than he was. I was talking, Joe Roseman's name came up in the chat because Matt Gasson asked me, who are some players that, are in college or just getting out of high school that I think could be a superstar on the PBA Tour? Because I called E.J. Tackett several years ago, and he was giving me credit for that, how he really busted out on tour. And I mentioned Spencer Robarge.
Oh, yeah.
And then we kind of got in this thing about Matt was talking about lefties, and, we had this conversation. And then somebody said Joe Roseman in the chat, that Joe Roseman was a phenom as a youth, very young.
Yep, he was.
And they thought he could go on to be, something really special in our sport from a highest level. He's gone on to do great things in his life and get back to bowling. He's still a damn good bowler, but he never took the tour.
No.
So
he became a policeman, and that kind of ended that dream.
Exactly. Exactly.
Which more power to it.
Yeah, and that's okay.
Yeah,
right. Yeah,
right.
It's not for everybody. But
Nope.
he was when he was like 13.
Oh yeah, when he was 12, he burst onto the scene big time.
I mean, he could bowl like 800 at 13.
He did. He had an 800. He had his first 800 at age 12.
Okay.
Back-to-back 290 games. He made his
That's right.
first Greater Iowa Scholarship Tour finals. He finished second. To a Star of Tomorrow winner. Actually, it was in town, right across town at Cadillac when he finished second at age 12.
Who was the Star of Tomorrow?
That was Todd Filter.
Oh, that's right.
That won that day.
Todd Filter.
Yeah.
I forgot about Todd Filter. This is
Yeah.
going to be great. I'm looking forward to this. Okay,
Yeah.
so before we talk about all the people here, I want to talk about the past. Okay, so I said, you know what, Matt? I said, in the Iowa, Illinois area, from the Jizbits, that's what we called them.
Yep.
And the HOIYCs.
Yep.
Right? Which was Rinkenberger and Cheryl somebody? Was it Cheryl McBride?
Cheryl McBride
Yeah,
ran those.
I remember these names. I can't believe I can remember them. Okay. So, and I bowled some of these events. Not a lot. Bowled a few myself coming up from St. Louis. And I said, you know what, Matt? There were a lot of really good lefties from the two states.
Mm-hmm.
I remember this now,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to name 4 left-handers. I got 4 on my mind.
In your era,
kind of
that were good. We're talking 20 years ago.
Yeah. I can't believe we're saying that. I can't
Well,
believe you just
I
said
know.
that out loud.
I'm
20
sorry,
years,
but-
Eric.
Well, we just mentioned Roseman.
So Roseman was one.
We
Right?
got Doug Manhart
That
from
was
Bloomington.
I mentioned Doug Manhart. The other 2 I think are a little harder to get on who I really liked.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay,
That's-
so I'm going to try to give you a little hint. I don't know how much pro bowling you watch, But when Brian Goebel bowled Norm Duke on television at Landmark Lanes, this young man was in the crowd in the background wearing a white PBA Tour hoodie.
Did he have an afro?
I think it was
Blonde?
braided, I think, back then.
Oh, yeah, Chris Ferguson.
Yes, Chris Ferguson.
Yeah.
How great was Chris Ferguson?
He's deceased now.
I know.
Yeah.
It was an accident, wasn't it?
I believe so. I think he was hit by a car, I believe, but I'm not 100% sure.
In
of
his
that.
mid-20s, I think.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah, he was a tremendous talent.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I'm not saying that he was as good as Manhart.
No, but
or
he
Roseman.
had potential to really ascend to the top of the sport.
He stood out. He was good. And then the other guy who was not flashy, but this guy bowled really well. Greg Fisher. Do you remember?
He was
Greg?
from Rockford.
Yeah. Do you remember Greg?
Yeah.
Greg. Yeah.
Yep.
Didn't he bowl out of Don Carter's bowl, or what was that?
I don't remember which center, but he came down to our big weekend one year and finished second in one of the events.
He was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I have no idea what happened to that guy.
Yeah, you kind of lose track of some people over time, and you hate it when you do because, like you say, when you spot talent. I always said it this is my 24th year of running the Greater Iowa Scholarship Bowling Tour, and I've always said, you tend to, you see somebody throw the ball, and then you look again, and you're like, wow. And the ones that have stood out, the first time I ever saw him bowl was Jesse Buss, Richie's son.
Yep.
When he first showed up at a Greater Iowa, I'm like, oh my goodness, does that kid throw it good?
Yeah.
Matt McNeil.
Yeah.
Amanda Burgoyne, when she was 13 and just starting to bowl our events.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yep. And then A.J. Chapman, who was 13 when he bowled his first Greater Iowa, when he shot 300 in Game 7 on lanes 1 and 2 at May City. And we know the wall is right there, and he had to get left, and he was 13. It didn't rattle him, but that's kind of, a lot, outstanding
That's cool.
talent. But those are the ones that just kind of, you watch them and you go, wait a minute, did I see that right? And there's always, every 5-6 years, somebody comes along that kind of takes your breath away. Like you were just talking about those bowlers from 18 and 20 years ago. You remember them. Because,
and I'm just talking about lefties. And then I would come up with two Solovics.
Steve Solovics, another
and Mike
and his brother Mike.
And they were both lefties.
Oh, Steve threw the ball fantastic.
And
I don't remember a lot about Mike, but he won a Greater Iowa.
Yeah,
but
he did.
Steve was phenomenal.
And do you remember, in addition to those guys, there was another guy. I don't know how many he bowled of your tournaments. I know he bowled some HOICs. Do you remember Ruben Damus III?
Yeah, he only bowled a few of ours, but I know who you're talking about.
He was very smooth as well.
Yep. Bigger guy, but very smooth.
So when it came to us St. Louis guys, I want to see if I'm forgetting anyone. I would come up occasionally, and then the Solovics would come up occasionally, and Ruben would come up occasionally. Was there anybody else from St. Louis that came up?
Yeah, there was a group of 3 that came up. There was T.J. Arnold, who I think is in the Chicago area now. I think he's coaching high school, actually.
Was he was after me, wasn't he?
Yeah, a couple years. Yeah. He was like 2003, 2004.
Yeah.
And then there was, there was a group of 3 that traveled together, and they were all pretty good. And actually, one was a left-hander. I hate it when I can't remember names. Hate it. That shows you I'm getting old.
What was it after me?
Yeah.
After me.
Yeah, Ken
Weinrich. Joe Nolan, did he come up?
No. But Ken Weinrich
Mike Peters?
No.
Not that.
Well,
Mike
I think
Peters.
he actually did come up and bowl a couple of ours.
Okay, yeah, Mike.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Ken Weinrich came up. Rocco was Rocco one of them?
No.
All right, I'm trying to think. Because I know Kenny Weinrich.
Yeah. Yeah. This is bad.
No, it's not.
But again, after 20 years, I'm having trouble remembering.
Did the Cummins come up? Bobby Cummins?
No.
No Bobby
No.
Cummins. Okay, well, I think we'll draw a line there, but yeah, I think I bowled either one or two of your tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
Do you keep all the old standings?
Oh, I've got every newsletter ever in the history of our tour. I've got every statistic there is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got career pinfall leaders, games bowled leaders, career earnings leaders. Yeah, I've got all that. We keep all that stuff.
I think of vivid memories back. And your turn. I remember the tournament that I bowled well in. I think I might have only bowled one. I think I might have only bowled one of your
tournaments. That was the one you bowled, and you finished second to Bobby Worthman. It was at 30 lanes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And I had a pretty significant lead on third.
Oh yeah, it was a two-way race.
But
you were the only
Bobby
two.
had a huge lead on me.
Yeah, that was his home house, and he bowled fantastic.
That was
was his first win.
That's what was ridiculous because I'm like, man, I bowled my ass off today.
Yeah. Well, and that's but that's a good thing to touch on is people. So many people. I don't care if it's this tournament or
Yeah.
a high school tournament, any tournament you ever bowl in your life. People think they finished second or third and they didn't win. They failed. There's every tournament you're ever going to bowl. People finish second, third, or fourth and bowl good enough to win.
Yeah.
Somebody was just a little bit better. There's only one winner.
Eric, I finished second in tournaments like that or the St. Louis area. I finished second 9 times and only won once. Now in the Bobby Worthman case, I didn't get to bowl. I didn't get to bowl him head to head because you guys didn't have step ladders.
Well, no, we bowled round robin, so you would have bowled him. You would have bowled him in position round.
Yeah, but
it was over by then.
Yeah, I needed.
If we had a step ladder,
I
you
needed him
that to make up
him in a step ladder.
Yes, to make up the gap.
Yes,
there.
I needed a step ladder in that tournament. Shame on you for your format. But you know what was cool about him is he was so nice to me. Like, you know, like he was just like, man, it was a pleasure to beat. Like he like really like paid respect. Like man,
he had his issues back then, and still does to this day. But he's matured a lot. He's 40. Bobby's 42 now.
Yeah.
And his daughter just turned 16. I saw on Facebook either this morning.
He reached out to me about 5 years ago and was just like, "Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?"
Yeah.
You know, and I love that when people do that.
I started coaching Bobby when he was 16.
Yeah,
and,
cool guy.
He's won a lot of tournaments, and he's been a phenomenal bowler for a lot of years.
Yeah, that was fun. But yeah, man, those lefties from you know, man, and then from the who you know, when I bowled the first HOIYCs back in the day, those are Hard Illinois Youth Classics we're talking about here.
Yeah.
I remember showing up to Pheasant Lanes, and Manhart was there, okay, but I remember Scott Wolwin, Jason Guest. Those two guys stood out to me for some reason.
I'm going to cut you off for 1 second because I want to send along some get well wishes to Scott Wolwin, too. You just mentioned.
Okay, what's going on?
He's having some health problems, and
shit.
Yeah, and I want to wish him well. And
I do too.
We want to see him back out on the lanes.
Okay. Yeah, Scott Wolwin. We want to.
Yep, he runs a pro shop at Big River Bowl. He was one of the phenoms. His mom and dad, Ron and Cheryl, were part of the group that actually started the Greater Iowa Scholarship Bowling Tour in 1992.
Okay.
So get well, Scott.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he just stood out to me. Like he was just good.
Yeah.
There was another guy. He was from the Missouri side. I don't know if you ever bowled any of your events, but a guy by the name of Bo McVeigh ended up going to Wichita State. He was pretty good.
Well, that's the fun of being around the sport, isn't it, Mike? Is there's always new talent coming on the horizon.
Sarah Rinkenberger was kind of tearing them up.
She was a dominant force in her day, and she was another one. She didn't do anything fancy. She kept it in play, made her spares, and she was the one to beat when she walked in.
The other guy that I became very good friends with was Jason Jones.
Yeah, from Bloomington.
Yeah,
Jason still occasionally you'll see him up here at one of these.
Yeah. I like Jason.
Yep, he was a good player back then too. Yep. Very, very nice guy too.
Oh, tremendous. And Michelle McGowan.
Yep.
And did she have a brother too? That bowled?
Was it Pete? Was it?
I think so.
Pete McGowan.
I think it is.
I think so. Yeah.
I don't think he was like very good, and I don't mean that to be disrespectful.
Yeah, I don't think he bowled that many of them, but I remembered she had a brother. Yeah.
Michelle got a lot of attention. She was she threw it really good.
She did. Yeah, she won on our tour. Yep. She's another one, very simple game, but you know, she lived in the pocket and made her spares, and she was competitive. She made a lot of finals doing that.
Just for whatever reason, I just remember going to those tournaments saying, I got to beat the damn lefties. It just felt that way.
Well, you got to also realize back then we bowled on house.
Yep.
And a lot of times when you're on house, it doesn't mean the lefties have it all the time, but
no.
If they do, you're going to play heck beating them.
Yeah.
You know, because their side doesn't give in as much.
Yeah, that was fun. Did Mike Romaklis ever come up and bowl some events?
Oh, yeah. Yep. He was a champion on our tour, finished second a couple times.
Of course he was.
Yep. Yeah, if he bowled, he was going to win.
Yeah, he's ridiculous.
Yeah, he still throws it really good.
Yeah, you know, that's a guy I thought that could win on tour.
Yeah, I agree with that. He had tour talent. Yeah.
I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
He's gone on to still run bowling centers and stuff, but man, there was just something unique about. He was just so accurate. accuracy and
And it's not, he didn't lack for power, but you're right. Power was not the strength of his game.
no.
You know, actually, I always thought the strength of his game was his versatility. He could play anywhere,
Yeah.
in which all good players can.
But he didn't have much rev rate.
No, he wasn't what you'd call a power player.
He was
He
kinda-
was not really a stroker. He was more of a tweener.
He's like,
you
I
know?
thought he was like Norm Duke straight game.
He could, but he could hook it a little bit too.
A little bit. Yeah.
But he wasn't going to go coast to coast very often because he was so good at doing what he did. He didn't have to.
Yeah, so let's come full circle here, right? So you've obviously been involved with bowling, you know, all these years, and now the college gig. How long have you been doing the college gig?
Well, I was unofficially helping with William Penn for 3 years,
Yep.
and then this is my 10th year at St. Ambrose as head coach.
And you just started that whole deal, or
No, we had a program for 4 years before I got to St. Ambrose, so I came in year 5 because this is our 14th year. So, yeah, we started in 2009.
And you've had some tremendous talent come through there, and Crow and Stubler. Stubler's graduated now, right?
He just graduated last year. We've been very, very fortunate with Cam and Nate. We had Megan Hess and Hannah Jaros and Kayla Crawford and Caitlin Keith and Kyle Kroll and his partner who just won the doubles this year. He graduated from St. Ambrose in 2017, and Kyle Anderson. And yeah, we've had a lot of talent, and with Will Jones this year making Junior Team USA and Zach Grime making Junior Team USA. Yeah, we've been very fortunate, very lucky.
How do you recruit these people? Like, because they could go to McKendree, they could go to Wichita, they could go to Nebraska. You know, they could go, like, in my opinion, when you have a Brian and Shannon O'Keefe, or you have a Gordon Vatican and then a Rick Steele Smith, or a Coach Straub and then Klempa, and then you've got Brad Hagan, who is one of the most ruthless recruiters I've ever seen in my life. Love Brad. And then I'm not even mentioning, 50 other amazing coaches out there. Matt down at La Tech, and all these different, Coach Kostick and Doug Kaburski now at Youngstown. All these guys, right?
Yep.
How are you able to get so many good players? What is it? I don't want you to give away your secrets.
Well, I don't think there really is a secret. I try to keep everything very down to earth. I hate the word recruit, and I always have.
Thank you.
I simply leave it up to the bowler on where they want to attend school and get their degree from. And we know bowling is going to be a big part of everybody's decision, especially the better players. But it has to, it sounds like a cliche, but it has to be all about the college and the community and the education and the academics, the facilities. Finances are a huge part of the deal, but they're not the only part of the deal. I just try to let kids know, we try to have a good time. We try to compete, of course. We want to win our share of tournaments and compete to win tournaments, but if you don't have any fun along the way, then I don't care if we win every tournament. And that's, you kind of keep it on the level like that. You spell everything out up front.
Yeah, because you've gotten, some great talent. And sorry, but the deck is maybe stacked against you a little bit. And I don't mean that to be disrespectful.
No.
I just mean it. A lot of people kind of gravitate towards, oh, well, you can't go wrong here, right?
And they would be right. There's a lot of really good programs, a lot of outstanding coaches, a lot of great colleges. The great thing about this is with tournaments like these and scholarship tournaments and junior gold, starting now with the U12 7 or 8 years ago, by the time these kids get to college, there's more good players to go around, so that talent seems to be dispersing. When I started coaching at St. Ambrose 10 years ago, I said what I thought there was the big 7 in college bowling. I thought there were 7 programs that kind of stood out above all others. Now I think that number's kind of grown to about 12 or 13.
I agree.
And I think 5 years down the road, there's a good chance that number will have grown to 20.
Like Mount Mercy.
Mount Mercy.
Just
We've
came
joined
out.
the party. SCAD, Lawrence Tech.
Yeah.
These other programs that are now very competitive with
Yeah.
the Oklahoma Christian, Tennessee Southern, where Bob learned it.
Yeah.
These other programs have joined the party, and they're
Yeah.
very competitive.
Yeah.
And that's great for our sport, and that's
Oh,
great
it
for
is.
college bowling.
It is. I agree. We got to do a little housekeeping here. We've got standings
Yep.
after the first
Awesome.
game.
I didn't see a whole lot, Mike.
Mason Sturkle, we watched him right here on the stream, bowl 250. Somebody bowls 250 or 260 the first game, every squad, and then it just backs off.
Yep.
Jason Miner, 225, 224 for Patrick.
Players, even or above.
Yeah.
The lower end of the bowling center, the bottom 7 pair, I saw 3 scores of 200.
Yep. Justin Harp with a nice start. We got some Justin Harp fans in the chat, plus
Donovan
9.
Thomas, he bowled for Whitewater last year. That helped them win the national championship. I see he's in 5th.
Yeah, Jace Meyer, John Malone.
Yep. One
Zach Van
of my
Dusen.
freshmen, Ashton Yamasaki, 10th there. Mike, I don't care how hard scoring is in this day and age. It's still hard to look at a standing sheet after one game and see you shoot 197 and you're in 10th place out of 56 bowlers.
I know it.
The way I kind of sum this up is we've been here now 11 hours, and I said, for the better part of 9.5 hours, we watched 110 bowlers go through the doors. And 7 games, we saw one bowler even sniff 100 over. And that was Brittany Smith.
Yeah.
Nobody else came anywhere close to 100 over.
No.
At any point in any squad during the day,
Correct.
That's all you need to know how challenging they are.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, they really are.
Yeah.
They are really tough.
Where you're playing, what you're throwing, what hand you're throwing it with, or hands, you just better have the touch today, and you better be making your spares and keeping it in play, and that sounds a lot easier than what it is on this pattern.
I'll tell you what, I don't know this gentleman very well, Mr. Mitchell.
Trent Mitchell?
Yeah, do you know Trent?
Yep, he won the U.S. Amateur this past January. He beat Nate Stubler in the championship match in Las Vegas at Team USA Trials. That's your U.S. Amateur champion.
That is okay. I thought
Yep.
he looked familiar.
Yep.
What's he doing here?
He lives in Chicago. He doesn't make a ton of these, but I've seen him here before. He's come up before.
Oh, he's whacking them right now.
Well, Trent's a shot maker. He's old school. He keeps it in front of him. He's a pretty good spare shooter. He doesn't tend to get rattled. He has gotten better since college, And I mean, Trent's he's a shot maker.
Yeah,
That's
watch,
old school bowling.
Watch this, everybody. Upper
Yeah.
right of your screen. I mean,
Yep.
he is playing like 20 to 13.
He's just floating it. And that, in my opinion,
It kind of double dribbled off his
Yeah,
hand.
he
it looked like to
lost
me.
that
Yeah,
one a little bit.
bit.
In my opinion, that to me, that seemed to be the best way to keep it in play today, was to kind of keep it in around 19, 20 and get it to maybe not right at 10.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Yep,
that's
not
what
right
it
at
looked
10.
like to me.
If you're softer speed, you can get it to about 11.
Yep.
And if you're firing it or keeping it more in line, you really can't get it right at 13.
Nope. That's another solid game.
Very nice start, 223.
Yep.
Yeah, gotta love that. So we're looking at our double wide here. Gives us an opportunity to see multiple players. We'll have game number 3 coming up for you here. These are long days, Eric.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like I got here at 7:15 this morning.
You beat me by about a half an hour. I got here about 7:45.
Yeah, I still had some things to plug in and make sure things are working.
And I'll beat you out of here tonight probably too, because
Yeah,
you'll be packing stuff up.
Yeah, you probably will.
Yeah,
Probably
I'll
will.
get back to the hotel about midnight probably.
I scared these guys, though. Because I actually went and got food in between both squads. And right now, food around here takes a little while. Takes a little while to get food. And,
Yep.
I told myself I wasn't going to do the Taco Bell thing. I wasn't going to do the Jimmy John's thing. I was going to actually go get 2 decent meals today. And I treated myself, and I got here right when practice started both times. But I got on the air on time.
That's okay, yeah.
But I'll tell you what, man. Yeah, it's right now the food service industry is really a tough bind.
I had an order of French fries after A squad got done bowling here at the bowling center.
Yeah, I should have just ate here is what I should
Well,
have
and
done.
last night we went out to eat, and I got a to-go meal, and that's in the fridge at home or at the hotel, and that'll be my dinner tonight when I get there, because I know there won't be a whole lot of options at midnight when I get there.
Yeah, that's true.
So at least I was thinking ahead there. And Mike, you would not want me to go without a meal, would you?
No, I would not. I don't want to see what that looks like.
And A hungry Eric is not good.
No, no.
Which, by the way, it doesn't happen very often, so we don't have anything to worry about. So,
So let me ask you if this would concern you. All right? I've been thinking about all these different things that I've done in bowling, right? Like, running bowling centers, working for manufacturers, doing my own consulting gig, live streaming,
yep.
podcasts, whatever, right? Doing all the different things that I've done. Do you know, well, you do probably know this, somewhere in my little list of things I would like to do, one of those things would be to start a collegiate bowling program or become a coach of a collegiate bowling program and see if I couldn't put my name in the ring with you guys and try to go out there, recruit, and win a national championship. That would be cool. So if I entered in the collegiate coaching ranks, would you be like, oh, God? Like, what would your thoughts be?
No. To me, I think the number one requirement to be a successful coach, I don't care if it's Pee-wee baseball. You have to have passion.
Yep.
And you have that for our sport, and you've always had that.
Yep.
So, therefore, right out of the blocks, I'd like your chances of having success. Because
that's nice of you.
You have passion.
Okay.
And, you can't, certainly, we don't, most of us don't do it solely for the money. And, like I said, there is so much work to being a collegiate coach, though, that goes on behind the scenes.
Oh, I know.
It's
God.
absolutely, and there's a lot of stress.
Yep.
And you have a lot of bowlers, and you're trying to make as many of them happy as you can.
Well,
and you've got parents.
Oh, God.
You got bowling center proprietors. You got sponsors.
And you almost don't want your program to recruit too much good talent because then you got a problem on your hands.
Well, you're always trying to build to be as competitive as you can, but again, you spell that out in the recruiting process as you let everybody know, hey, first of all, anybody that's looking at us knows we're pretty deep to begin with.
Yeah.
So it's no different than, okay, you're a football player coming out of high school. Well, I want to go to this school, but I might be a backup there for a year or two. I'm okay with that if I learn from some really, really good players, and then I get my shot, whereas some kids want to come in and bowl immediately and guaranteed to bowl no matter where their program is ranked, and there is no right answer to that.
I feel like
everybody's different.
I feel like it's so hard in bowling because as you come up as a youth player, it's almost all individual.
Mm-hmm.
And
the only team is really high school team. There isn't a lot of other team as a youth.
That's not real prevalent. It's there.
No.
But it's not a thing. It's not an Instagram post. It's
different than college
It's not a status thing for whatever reason.
Right.
Like I don't see people on Facebook saying, "Oh, we just won our high school championship," and it gets 1,000 likes and no, it just doesn't happen.
And that's not being derogatory toward high school bowling. That's just the way it is.
But if you go and win, youth masters or teen masters or whatever it's called now, that's all over the place.
They do have a high school tournament that they just started. I believe it's in its second or third year. I believe second year, that takes place in Tennessee over the summer, and it attracts all your top high school teams in the country. That's gaining traction.
Yeah. Okay.
As a premier event. But other than that, you're right. You don't have.
So you're an individual bowler, right? And you were kind of King Kong in your home house. You were kind of the bee's knees. You're it, right? And then you go to college, and you go there, and maybe your tryout, you put too much pressure on yourself. You just don't bowl well.
It happens. I see it every year.
Or whatever, right? And then the next thing you know, you're at this college away from home. I'm sorry, bowlers' main reason for going to college, there ain't too many with their head screwed on right that it's all about the school. It's about the bowling. And if you don't get on that team or you don't make that team, that is devastating. That hurts.
Well,
because your ego is so built up coming in.
Yeah.
That's tough. I think that's tough.
It is. It happens a lot of places, and it happens every year to different players, and that's kind of sums up what I always say when people ask me what's the first thing I look for in a potential good collegiate student athlete, and I always say character. Because life's going to slap you around, and guess what? The sport of bowling, you're going to get knocked around. I don't care how good you are.
Yeah.
You're going to get kicked in the face many times, and what are you going to do? you're either going to ball up in a corner and say, this isn't for me, or you're going to say, well, we're going to get up in the morning and go try it again. And champions have that.
Yep. We're talking it over with Eric Littig here, St. Ambrose coach, joining me here. We've got a lot of history, he and I, about the area.
We do.
A lot of history. Just kind of cutting it up here, passing the time. It's gone by very quickly. I appreciate it. But so what do we have here today as far as talent-wise that maybe some folks don't know about at home? Who are some of the players to kind of watch? If you want to kind of look at this squad maybe, or even anybody that bowled earlier today, who are some people, if you were to give me, if I called you before this event and said, hey, Eric, I'm coming to stream this event, who are some players I may not know about that I should, kind of keep my eye on?
Well, I'm looking at this squad here, and, I mean, and again, every one of these squads has so much talent.
I mean, Mitchell here has impressed me, and I forgot he won the amateur.
Yeah, Trent's and now not only before you get here, but now that once we know how challenging they are, that brings maybe some different players into the equation that you wouldn't think would be a possible dominant force. And a Trent Mitchell, that style of player, the shot maker that keeps it in play and makes their spares on this kind of stuff, you'd have to consider someone like that. Will Jones that bowls for me, he's one of my seniors that made Junior Team USA this past year. He's another one. He's just a shot maker. He's not going to overpower anybody. Not that he lacks for power, but he's just somebody that keeps it in play and goes about his business. He's been bowling very well lately. He won our Greater Iowa last month. He won his first men's Minnesota Tour event within the last month, so he's been bowling very well.
Okay.
Justin Aboud's been bowling pretty well. Kyle Anderson's kind of been away from the sport for a while. I mean, anybody in the Midwest knows who Kyle Anderson is, a left-hander, very, very unorthodox.
Oh, yeah.
But he's been successful in some of these events and made the step ladder before. Jerry Mars, never take him for granted.
Let's talk about Jerry for a minute. What a nice guy.
Well, and here's another bowler right below Jerry is Russ Ovia. There's another phenomenal player.
I know.
Throws it fantastic.
Yep. He actually tried the tour for a while.
Yeah, and Russ is another one. He's a shot maker.
Yeah.
I mean, he can play anywhere there is, and the scoring pace doesn't seem to bother him one bit.
Nope.
Matt Gasson down here. Matt Gasson made the step ladder, made the top 5 at the 11th frame last month.
Yeah, and didn't he win one of these recently? He won, the last one I streamed, I think.
Yeah.
Because I missed one in there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And Matt's an outstanding talent.
Won at Cadillac.
For Robert Morris.
Yep. Yeah, and he's kind of overshadowed because that team had Marshall.
Oh.
Had him, Jacob Kent, right?
Yep.
Who else was on that team? I'm missing another big dog.
Yeah, Cameron Weir.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, Cam Weir. Yep.
Yeah, they were that in my opinion, that stretch there that Robert Morris had might have been as good as talented of any stretch of collegiate bowling in history. I know Wichita State has had their incredible runs, but Robert Morris had a run back not that long ago where they were absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I still think this needs to happen. Not that anybody has the damn time for this. I still think there needs to be some sort of an event that makes it worth everyone's while to have a team tournament, an alumni tournament, where you assemble teams from the past and they go out and they bowl.
Well, here's one for you, Mike. Okay, so that's how old I'm getting. This is our Greater Iowa Scholarship Tour. This is our 31st season. So if you think about it,
oh my God!
If you think about it, the guys that started in the Greater Iowas and ended their careers, they're approaching 50 now, or some of them are over 50.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot of alumni in the history of just talking about our tour, not to mention all these other scholarship tours, but just talking about our tour, there's been over 2,600 members bowl the Greater Iowas at least one tournament in their careers.
So why don't you have an alumni tournament?
We tried that about, I want to say, 12 to 15 years ago.
But-
and we had some bowlers come back, but it's kind of hard getting, some of the stars of the game who are 40 now to leave their families and come for a weekend.
I know.
And bowl for nothing.
I know.
It's hard, even though I agree with you. Wouldn't that be fun?
It would be.
It would be incredible. But how many times do you say, let's get the old gang back together? Well, it's hard to get the old gang back together.
Yeah,
Because
because
we've all got lives.
I'd want to get paired up with Worthman, and I'd want to be on the same pair and
Yes.
bowl him every game.
Yes.
Bowl him every game, try to get some revenge.
Yeah.
Have that revenge matchup factor. That
Are
would
you
be,
still bowling, Mike? You still
No,
bowl league
not-
in that?
No, so the only time I bowl is in my instructional videos on my YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
So this is typically what happens. Mike Jasnow will call me, or, we'll end up being in Vegas shooting videos, and, we'll need to demonstrate something. And Mike Shady or Mike Jasnow will grab me and say, Flanagan, why don't you do
They're
that?
two pretty good coaches.
Yeah. So then I go, okay, all right, I'm going to do it. So, I put my hand in some ball. Most of the time it's not even my own. And then try to find some shoes. I don't really slide, so I can't really do the sliding.
The old plant and throw.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, anymore. And I bowl in the instructional videos, and that's kind of when I bowl. And it's kind of like riding a bike. But it's amazing when I need to like pick a washout a certain way for this instructional video, and then I'm the one that has to go down there and reset it up until I do it the right way. I did this like hardest spares video with Mike Jasnow, and most of them I did in one take, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Bowling on a leftover house pattern with open play.
That's not supposed to
plastic
happen,
ball.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
But if you put me in an event, I can't repeat, man. I can't do it for a long period of time.
Well, no, because you're not competitively sharp.
No, like if you said, hey,
Yeah.
Mike, you got to go up and bowl 230 for one game, I might be able to bowl 230 for one game. But when you put me out for 15 games, pair to pair, I start hurting.
This is my 10th year of not bowling. I retired 10 years ago from
Okay.
bowling, haven't bowled, and I still, at our practices occasionally, I'll get up there in my tennis shoes and throw somebody else's ball down the lane. I'll do it, once every week or so, and that gets harder and harder and harder the more time you're away from it. But
Mike Jasnow's in the chat, believe it or not. He says you were awesome in the thumb in the ear video. So that was. Did you see that one?
I did not.
Okay,
no.
so Jasnow, everybody thinks of Jasnow as a pretty straight-laced, like straightforward individual.
I don't know Mike's very personal.
He
All
doesn't
I
let
know is
himself
he's-
out there.
Yeah, I just know he's one of the premier coaches in our sport.
Exactly, and when you
Yeah.
think of a premier coach in your sport, you don't
Yeah.
think of a jokester or a prankster, right? And Mike, I've known him since I worked at Storm, and for whatever reason, he and I just, he likes me, I
You
like
hit it
him.
off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like him, he likes me.
Yep.
Nothing other than that. Just I admire the man's passion, like you said earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're sitting in this booth right now. I'm enjoying this so much. I can sit with Parker Bone. I can sit with Pete Weber. I can sit with Eric Littig, and this gets my juices
I'm
going.
not even. I don't.
Just as much as sitting with those guys. Okay, because it's all about
Well,
the
we're
passion.
bowlers. Yeah, we're bowlers.
And that's what Jasnow brings to the table. Not to mention he's a hell of a nice guy, and he has a lot of respect. We have mutual respect for each other, I should say.
Well, that's how you form a friendship.
So, I keep asking these guys, hey, we need to put together on paper like actual instructional videos ahead of time, so when we go in to shoot them, we got a plan, right? And
Yep.
Shady normally does, but a lot of it is fly by the seat of your pants. And I always want to have these thumbnails to attract people into actually clicking on it and stuff. So Jasnow says to me, and I still think of him as renowned coach Jasnow, says, hey, I want to do this video for April Fool's Day,
Oh boy.
where in your approach you put your thumb in your ear, and the whole basis of this is to basically show that you can create more power than two-handers can. And I'm like, what in the hell? What are you talking about? And he was dead serious. And I was like, oh my God, like that sounds like something I would come up with. But no, this was Jasnow's idea. So I'm like, okay, Mike, fine. You want to shoot this video? I can do it, no problem. And he's like, okay. So we go down to the local center, and we film this video. And he goes, Mike, are you tired of getting beaten by two-handers? I'm like, yeah, I'm tired of getting beat by two-handers. And he's like, well, how about if I told you a tip that can create more power than bowling than a two-hander can. I'm like, oh, well, I'm in. What is it? And he's like, okay. And then he gives this whole intro about how two-handers create this power, and he goes, now, here's what I want Mike to do. In his third step, I want him to go ahead and put his thumb in his ear. And so I do this whole video, and we put it out on April Fool's Day, and it looks like at the beginning of the video that we were being dead serious.
You know what? I think this is funny because I think I have seen a clip of that.
Yeah, it's like, so I go to a PBA event to work it, like, and I released this video while I'm on the road, and Chris Lowshetter, of all people, walks up to me and goes, hey, man, it really works. And he puts his thumb in his ear. You know, and I still get people come up to me and talk to me about it. That was a smash hit. That was hilarious.
Well,
and I think Mike's mad that we didn't come out with one this year. We missed this year.
But again, you touched on something that I was talking about earlier, is having fun.
Yeah.
You know, bowling, it's serious when you're competing at a high level, but you got to have fun along the way, too.
Yeah.
You can't always be nose to the grindstone. You got to have fun doing what you're doing.
Yeah,
Otherwise, like I said, even if you win all the time, if you're not having any fun, eventually you're going to get sick of it.
Exactly.
I mean, I always tell recruits, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road, you're not going to remember where we finished at most tournaments. What you're going to remember is the craziness along the way. Something somebody did on the bus or in the hotel or in your dorm room at night or whatever. Those are the memories that you're going to remember, and the people who help make those memories with you. And really, that's what our whole sport's about, not just college bowling. That's the entire sport.
So here is that video. I'm showing Eric up here in the booth. You can see it on our YouTube channel. It's called The Best Bowling Trick You've Never Heard of.
There it is.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So, you know, it starts out, Jazz now is very serious here with me, like a normal tip. We released it on April Fool's Day. You know, we're talking very seriously. And then he says at about this spot right here. This is when he starts to get serious, right? I mean, look at how serious he looks. I've got this tip for you, everybody at home. This is very important. Mike, now I want you to go ahead and get in your setup position here, right? And I'm like, okay, sounds good. And he's like, all right, now here's the thing you need to do to be able to carry better than two-handers and create more power right here. This really, look how serious he is about this. He is so into this.
He's got you raked right on in, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. And then he just says, put your thumb in your left ear. And I'm like, okay, all right, yeah, I can do this. All right, now watch this video here. So here I go, right? Put that thumb in my ear. Okay, now watch this.
You got pin. You got pins flying everywhere.
Oh, Mike was down there throwing pins.
I saw that.
You know, that was the idea.
Yeah.
You know, I actually flushed that shot, but we used a different shot to make it look worse. Because, you know, I don't miss it. And then he's like, hey, now, you know, you can also put your pinky in your ear to create even more power. And look at this.
Just snap that six right out of there.
Oh, yeah.
Which is unusual for a right-hander to snap the six out.
Yeah,
you know.
and we put that on April Fool's Day. So we got to do more April Fool's Day videos. I actually, you know, I made that shirt that's about the hooking the ball or every new bowling ball, you know, is clean through the front, rolls in the mid lane, sharp back in, and continuous through the pins. I actually thought about doing a video off of that for April Fool's Day. Like, you know, today I've got a bowling ball for you that's that hooks early, you know, doesn't roll in the mid lane, has absolutely no back end whatsoever, and deflects through the pins. You know what I mean? That'd be pretty good.
Again, yeah, I'm glad you showed me that, Mike. That was well worth that. I'm glad I got to see that video.
I wish I could just do that for a living, is just make YouTube videos of ridiculousness.
There's people out there that do.
I have a bunch of other ones, too. Problem is the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
What do they call those? Influencers?
Social media influencers.
Okay, yeah.
I got some good ones. I really do. I got this Halloween one I've been wanting to do.
Oh, boy.
All right, I think we got some standings.
We got game 2 up?
Yeah, in just a second. I just got to take a screenshot here.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they're there. They don't have them in the drive yet.
Oh, okay. So we got to go with the hard copy.
Yeah, hard
the good
copy.
old-fashioned hard copy.
Mason Sturkle plus 40. Donovan Thomas plus 25. John Malone plus 25. Ryan Swiderski plus 22. Trent Mitchell and Jason Miner both plus 14. Justin Harp plus 6. Troy Oder plus 3. Those are your only players that are plus.
8 players again. That's what there was after game 1, and that number hasn't changed at all.
No. And right now, 19th on this squad is minus 23.
And it was minus 16 after game 1. And those numbers, I've been keeping track of them all day in each squad, and literally every squad has been similar to that.
Similar.
After game 1, after game 2.
Yep. Very consistent.
Really, because, you know, you've streamed enough of these to know that it's absolutely impossible to guarantee squad equity from A to B to C, because, you know, sometimes as you lay a pattern out, you know, right now it's been laid out for the 4th time over the last 2 days, at least, that we know of. Sometimes it gets better. Sometimes it tightens up and gets a little uglier. But this morning when you and I talked very early about what we thought the number might be, we kind of both agreed there wouldn't be anything to really open up. So how could the number go up? You know, I thought this was going to be a squad or a tournament where it didn't matter what squad you were on. If you bowled good, you were going to score. And if you didn't, you weren't going to be able to bluff your way through, regardless of what of the 3 squads you bowled.
Correct. Yep.
So. But yeah, to think after 2 games that there are only 8 players plus on this squad. I mean, and I mean, really, 1 bowler in the field averaging more than 212.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's only for 2 games. You'd think somebody would find a way to go 240, 240. Not possible. Not
no, it's not
on
possible.
This pattern.
No
one's done it all day.
Nobody's done it.
No.
Not one person.
Nope.
Nope. I can't believe we've had a 300 game.
That was incredible. And didn't he finish minus 120?
Yeah.
I think so. Zach had the 300.
Yeah. So, folks,
Yeah.
I want to go ahead and show a couple highlights from earlier today. This is Zach Carter's 300 game. This is his last ball. I recorded
That
it
was
with my
in game
phone.
2 this morning.
Yep.
Yeah.
Check this out. Here
Yep.
it is, coming up at you.
Yep.
And he was pretty much playing them where most of the successful people have, crossing around 20 out to about 13.
Yep, and he throws the ball outstanding anyway.
He sure does. And
You
that
can't
was
throw a more pure shot than that for
no,
300.
that was just money.
Yeah.
And then my other cool little highlight that I have for you is Benji Martinez earlier throwing at a 2-8. The goal is to hit both the pins.
This I did not see, but Benji bowled for SCAD down in Georgia, an outstanding collegiate player.
And I got this at a half speed.
I did not see this, Mike. Where are we going here with this?
Okay, all right. So,
Oh.
looks good, right?
Oh, no.
Looks good. He hit both pins.
Yeah. Well, you don't always, just because you hit a pin deep doesn't mean you're going to knock it over.
I know. I know.
Yeah, that was good, too. Not for him, good.
No,
but
no.
for us, it
For
did.
us, yeah.
And he bowled good enough to where he'll be competing tomorrow, so I'm sure he
Oh,
can get
yeah.
a laugh at that too. Now, if that would have been in the last frame of the last game and cost him the cut, it might not be as funny
Right.
for him. But
You know, he could win.
oh yeah. Well, think about it. Brittany Smith leading going into tomorrow. As of now, anyway, we're a ways away yet. But after 2 squads, and she's what 127, I believe.
Yep.
And I mean, there's probably not going to be a lot of separation between your top 20 going
No.
into tomorrow. You know.
Yes, we still think minus 50 for the cut.
Yep.
You need to.
I think it might dip lower than that.
I do too.
Yep.
You need to have a conversation with your man Cameron Crow, who walks up to me.
Oh, Lord. Yep, I know where you're going with this, Mike, but go ahead.
You think I'm safe, Mike? I'm minus 17 or something.
After B squad, he looked at me and says, Eric, I can drive back and come back in the morning. And I go, Cam, I'm going to guess you're 24th after A and B combined.
Exactly.
He pulled him up on his computer, and he said, yeah, I'm 24th. And I said, okay, so you think 32 out of the 56 on this squad are going to beat you? And he goes, I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah.
But that's Cam.
Yeah.
Do I have enough? Do I have enough? And granted, I've told people, oh yeah, you're in, and then they weren't in.
Right. Sure.
We don't always know the
no,
number.
we don't.
But I like to think we've done this enough to know more often than not that 17 plus or minus 17 is safe when we're looking at a 50 undercut.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe next year I'll go and coach St. Ambrose, and you can call all the action and do this gig for a year.
Let me know what time you're going to pick up all the stuff, and I'll be waiting for you.
Okay. And I'll give you all this equipment, and I'll give you USBC's phone number and Flow Bowling and whoever else is in the game by then. And because I think you could do this gig, and I could go do your gig and be like undercover boss or something. Or what is that?
Idea.
What is that thing when you switch roles? Like
Wife
foreign well, I wasn't going. I was thinking foreign exchange student.
Yes.
But yeah, we can go wife swap.
Wife swap, job swap.
Yeah, that'd be
Coach
good.
swap, live stream swap.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll just do that.
Well, once again, it doesn't matter what capacity, you're involved in the sport of bowling. If you have passion for it, you're going to enjoy doing it.
There are a few guys that are a little too over the top, though, as coaches.
You looked at me like you were going to mention names, but not on the air.
I'm not mentioning any names. No, but here's the thing, man. I don't know if this is just my demeanor or what, but I can't. I really can't let work affect my mood anymore. I don't allow it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't.
Well, if you do, you're going to live a life of misery.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
There are people that cannot bring work home with them, and I'm like, I know people that at the bowling centers talk about work, and it's like, what are you doing?
I know. Yeah, it's amazing. Like, seriously.
Bowling has always been my escape, always, in
Yeah.
my whole life.
Yeah,
that's my place.
I agree. It's like, what if, I'm just trying to imagine, I put together all this time, energy, effort to a collegiate bowling program. My team is doing well. We make it to nationals. We made it to nationals. That was a goal. Okay, we're there. And, okay, well, we get bounced in the first round. I don't think I'm going to be like, that's not going to affect my, and maybe some people would say, well, you'll never be a good coach because you have no fire, no passion. That's not true.
No.
That's not true, but, it's such a good, I won't be happy. Like, I'll be like, okay, well, obviously I need to improve as a coach. I mean, we got to get the folks ready better or something. But
I'm always learning as a coach. The day I stop learning as a coach is the day it's all over.
Or even if we bowled for the title on television or something and, we stone 8 to lose.
We didn't stone 8, but we lost in Game 5 against Wichita State the year before last year, and that was a gut wrench. I mean, that was a thrilling win for Wichita State, and I was happy for all those bowlers and coaches, and I know a lot of them personally. But boy, oh boy, that was a quiet meeting at midnight in my room after that loss. That was a tough one to take, but again,
I just think I would always try to pull the positives out of things.
That's what I said. It was a very emotional meeting, and I remember holding up our runner-up medal, and I'm an emotional sap anyway, but I just looked at the guys and I go, guys, it's supposed to sting. It hurts me too. But I said, they don't give these away.
No.
These runner-up medals. I said, we earned this. And I said, we'll keep working and keep trying to be better. That's all you can do.
Yeah, what if we'd have got bouncing around before? You'd have been thrilled to be.
This very next year, with primarily the same team, we came back, and we were, ranked in the top 2 all year, and we come in and we lose 2 of our first 3 matches, and we're out.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean we weren't a good team. It just meant we weren't quite as sharp, and I didn't make as many good decisions as I did the year before. I made some poor decisions that probably cost us, And that's what I mean. I'm always trying to be a better coach, and my players are always trying to be better players and better teammates.
Yeah, but only one can win.
One team's going to walk away with a national title. It doesn't mean the other 15 failed.
Exactly.
Especially the format of nationals, and when you start talking about Baker team competition, best of 7 matches, one shot here or there swings a match.
Oh, my God.
And can decide a match. I mean, and luck of the draw, you've got so many good teams there. I mean, look at this year. We bowl in our opening match. We bowl against McKendree, and McKendree outbowled us. They beat us. They beat us 4-2, and the next match we win, and then the next match we bowl against SCAD, ranked number 3 in the country.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we bowl 2 of the top 5 teams in the country and lose, you know.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're in a match play format like that, and especially when you throw the Baker format into the equation, I mean, one shot here or there in a game can decide that point, and, you know, next thing you know, you're gone.
Yeah.
But that's, you know, you mentioned another, and there are some more high school teams bowling Baker formats. There are some Baker tournaments now starting to pop up at the high school level, but until recently, you didn't see Baker bowling until you got to college, pretty much.
Yeah.
You know. So, and that's a whole different ball game there.
Yeah.
You know, looking up at these scores, Mike, this is exactly what we've been seeing all day long. If you're bowling 220, you bowled an outstanding game.
Yeah. Or you got a break or two.
Well, and to get a break or two, you've got to be close.
Yeah.
If you're, Tom Hess and I were talking about that earlier, and you know, if you're carrying some Brooklyns, you're probably close, because if you're not in the right part of the lane, or maybe don't have the right ball or the right line, you're going to miss the head pin, either direction.
Yep. No doubt.
We kind of say that in college. If you're lined up, you can carry a Brooklyn, but if you're not lined up, you have no chance to carry a Brooklyn.
Yep.
You know? I know that, you know, might sound a little crazy, but I think there's a lot of coaches out there that would probably, hopefully, agree with me with that. And there are some conditions that are so brutal, you know, you can't wait to carry a Brooklyn.
Yep.
Any 10 in the pit, we don't give a, you know.
Yep.
But on a day like today, I guarantee you there's nobody in this field that hasn't carried a Brooklyn or two.
Absolutely.
Tom Hess was second on the squad, and he told me he had, I believe, 2 or 3 Brooklyns in one game and shot 220 that game. You know?
Yeah, who just bowled 228 here?
228 right in front of us here.
Yeah.
I don't know who that was.
Female right here, you're right.
Oh.
Who's that?
That is, I'll tell you in a second. I know her, and I can't think of her name, and that upsets me.
Avery Wolf?
No.
Okay. Well, that's not Michelle Fangman, is it? Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's Michelle Fangman.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was her maiden name?
That's why it caught me off guard when I saw that.
I know.
Yeah.
She's bowling good, right? After two
she
games?
was minus 7 after 2. That'll put her 20 over. That'll put her near the top.
I know. That's what I was just kind of thinking. Clean game. 228.
Yeah.
On 9 and 10, it just happened.
Yep.
I recognized her, but I didn't see the name on the list, so.
Mm-hmm.
But now.
She's bowled quite a few of these over the years.
Yeah. Different name, though.
And I believe this year there were 10 or 11 women that bowled this.
Yeah.
That's another thing that I really like what Joe and Rosie and Jen do. You know, they pay 1 out of 3 in the seniors, and they pay 1 out of 3 in the women, and, you know, that guarantees that they can come in here and compete. I mean, look at the 11th frame. We had three women make the cut. We had 2 seniors make the step ladder, you know, at the 11th frame, you know. So.
Yeah, what do you think of that scoring format?
Well, I don't like it because it's named after you.
I know.
Just kidding. I love it. I think that's the only day of the year you're ever going to see something like that. And it's one of them weird things, not just because you only have a third of the games on Saturday, but then you have all the bonus pins. So really, anybody that makes the cut can win that tournament. And that's been proven over the last 6 to 8 years. Guys have come from nowhere to win that tournament on Sunday. So it kind of becomes a shootout on Sunday, which there is so much volatility. I mean, a couple of my players really struggled the first 8 or 9 games on Sunday. They put together a big last 3 games, and they just skyrocket 20 spots up the standings, and you can make a bunch of money in a couple games in that format.
I know.
You know, you can make 400 or 500, and just you put together a couple big games on the end there, and you go from 25th to 11th, and boom, you're up $400 in the prize fund.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I talked to Riggles years ago about formats, and I said, I run these summer leagues where it's like a scratch league, but it's position round every week the first game. And then the 2 highest games, basically there's 4 on a pair. The 2 highest games move 2 pair to the right, and the 2 lowest games move 1 pair to the left. And then
So that kind of evens things out.
So they draw new opponents, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you stagger it. So you have the leaders in the middle, and then you have the next group to the left of them, the next group to the right of them, and you stagger it across. It's not like the worst place bowlers are to the left. You stagger it, right? So the lowest in the positions are on the bookends of the bowling center. The leaders are always in the middle, right, of whatever lanes.
So you always know what's going on.
Yeah. So every week is position round the first game.
Yeah,
So you're going to bowl the top dogs every week in the first game, and then you're gonna move with one of them, and the other guy's gonna move with the other one, and you're gonna, you know what I mean? And then it's all about who can get into the top 4 each week, and can somebody sweep to get in, and then I've ran those types of things, but then I said, let's run a league where basically every week you're paired up with different people. It's every week it's a move system, so you're never paired up with the same people twice, and you just bowl everybody in the field. So if you got 40 bowlers in the league, the high game that game gets 40 points. The low game gets 1 point.
That's a Flanagan format.
Right,
Yeah.
and we did it,
Flanagan
and people
points.
loved it
Yeah.
because they were like, man, I hate bowling head-to-head against somebody, and I might bowl 270 and lose the 280.
Well, that's like I used to bowl the super hoinkies and the high rollers. The high rollers was head-to-head right from the start. You could shoot 230 and lose, or you could shoot 140 and win.
Yeah.
Whereas the super hoinky, in the first round, there were 5 on a pair, and the bottom 2 are out. So, and the second round, 6 on a pair, bottom 2 are out. So there's a little more margin for error there because you weren't directly bowl. As the game progressed, it turned into one-on-one, but there was a little bit more margin for their error there. So if you shot 220 and your opponent shoots 230 head-to-head, you lose. But if you shoot 220 and there's 5 on a pair, you're probably going to advance, more often than not. So this kind of format, allows you, and just like the 11th frame, that format rewards consistency. You don't have to have the best game every game, but if you shoot 140, it's going to sting in that tournament.
Absolutely.
Because you're not going to get very many bonus pins, and you're going to drop considerably.
Exactly.
It's going to take that 140, which you would struggle with anyway, but it's going to magnify it, just like it's going to magnify a 250 game.
Yeah, I just think I think it makes things a lot more fair. Because the other thing that happens, you got the righty-lefty thing, right? And every once in a while, topography comes into play.
Oh, yeah.
You could hit a pair, right, for a lefty or a righty.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't want one pair's topography to determine my winner of the tournament.
To me, I think there's only the tournament that has the best format there is Team USA Trials.
Oh, that's a good one.
Now, having said that, most tournaments can't do that.
No.
But everybody's there for 5 days. Equal importance is placed on each pattern.
Yep.
And the pressure builds as the week goes on. You can't have a bad day and make it and be in contention.
Yep.
But, okay, say one day is on this pattern. We've seen our top score may be 120.
Yeah.
But, okay, now we put a easier pattern out, and the top score might be 300. So let's say you win one day and I win the other. But, okay, so guess what? The next day, you finish 100th and I finish 100th. Well, guess what? If you shot the 300 over, you won day 1, and I shoot the 120 over and win day 2, you're 180 pins ahead of me, and we have done the exact same thing. But at team trials, we both have the same number of points.
Right, exactly.
Because of the position.
Yeah.
So I like that format a lot.
No, I like that too.
Yeah.
I think the one other thing about bowling that kind of I don't understand why it doesn't happen is, in an event like team trials, every pattern's difficult to a degree, right?
There's a couple that are scoreable, but there's a couple you better hang on. Yeah.
Why isn't one of the patterns a house shot?
Well, sometimes one of the patterns you get on one of those longer patterns or even the short patterns for those guys, they make it look like a house shot. But
yeah, but seriously, because so many people
Yeah.
that bowl on sport
Yep.
are said they can't bowl on house.
Yeah, and I always laugh when I hear that because I think we've talked about this briefly, Mike. I have always said if Walter Ray Williams, if during his entire career they bowled on nothing but house shots, the man would still have 47 titles because he's one of the greatest that ever lived.
Right.
You know, I don't care what he's
My
bowling
thing
on.
is this: I feel like a little bit in the United States, we have gone a little
backwards.
too fanatical over sport patterns. Okay.
It can get carried away. I'll give you that.
If we went to international competition and they put out a house pattern, are we ready?
Oh, I think so. I truthfully don't think that would matter. I think talent prevails.
We're ready. You
Yep,
think we're ready?
I think there's enough talent that competes on Junior Team USA and Team USA to compete, whether it's a dead flat U.S. Open type pattern or whether it's the biggest wall in China. Yep, I think talent comes to the top. Not every time, but over the long run. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not.
But that's an interesting
I'm not
concept.
as sure. I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
I wouldn't bet my life savings on it.
So to me, right, and like I'm a bit of an extremist, or a little out there sometimes. But if I wanted to truly find the best bowler in the world, okay, and I put him over 5 days, all
You're
right,
going to make sure one of them's a wide open house shot.
well,
aren't you?
here's where I start with this process. Number one of the days they are going to be bone dry. Bone dry.
And one of the days, nobody can hook it.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm starting there.
Yep.
One of the days, they are just going to hook at your toes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? One of the days, they're going to be
Flooded.
slicker
Yes,
than snot.
Yes, flooded to the max.
Okay?
Yep.
One of the days is going to be a house shot. One of the days is going to be 40 feet gutter to gutter.
Dead flat.
U.S. Open.
Yep.
I already know that. I already know I'm doing this.
And if you do that, in my opinion,
yeah.
the winners don't change from your top events.
The fifth pattern is the one I'd have to think about.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it would be hard to put a fifth pattern out because now you've named a slick, a dry, and a flat, and a wide open. So you've pretty much covered every spectrum.
Well,
it's in the old. Okay, so we're about 20 years in on sport patterns now.
We are. Yeah, you're right.
And in the old days of the sport patterns infancies, back in 2000s, early 2000s, we didn't have very many different patterns. The idea was, okay, the shorter patterns favor the straighter players. The longer patterns favored the big-handed players.
Yeah.
And the medium patterns favored nobody because you could play wherever you wanted. And a lot of times the medium patterns would start out like a short and end up like a long.
Yeah.
So you could play all over the place. So if you put all three patterns out, you would think you'd get a good cross-section of talent coming to the top.
I think maybe my other...
And I think that's what you would have here as well.
My fifth pattern would be one of two things. Nope, three. Three come to mind. House shot with a stripe at the end. Okay, like a 2-2, like 3 2-2s at the end of the pattern.
As opposed to these 10 today that we have.
Right, but it would be a house shot with 2-2s at the end of the pattern.
Yep, okay. Yep.
Or I would put out a 7-to-1 ratio.
Yeah.
At like a 42 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
So scoreable, yeah.
A 7-to-1 ratio.
You would think they would score on that.
That would be, you would think.
Be a
That's
challenge,
an intermediate
challenge pattern.
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
Or the other option would be a reverse block if I could get that put out on a lane machine. I know a Brunswick machine can do it.
That's a good point, too.
Well,
that's how many years did USBC, ABC
reverse
have
block.
out a reverse block? And,
middle of the lane hooks and the outsides are
out of bounds.
Yep, right?
But again, that was regardless of any of these patterns we're talking about or any of the high scoring, low scoring, your cream more often than not is coming to the top.
But I believe if I did this test, okay, and we can ask anybody in the chat, if I did this test, I don't know if high rev players would be able to do this.
I believe the good ones would still be every bit as competitive as they are now. However, you might be onto something. Would they have as much of a power advantage? I don't know.
Their power would not be an advantage
Not-
anymore.
well, look at on the dry pattern, on the dead flat pattern, probably not.
Yeah, I mean, I just, imagine somebody. I mean, what ball would you use? Manufacturers may have to create a new ball with a hardness ridiculous.
And they would.
Right,
they
because they'd be
would.
like, oh well,
Yeah.
we have to design a ball for this goofy ass Flanagan thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the best bowlers in the world, it's going to determine who's the best bowler in the world, and we need something that won't hook for Jason Belmonte or for Chris Vi.
Look at the Peterson.
Yeah.
You walk in there with a plastic ball. I bowled 3 Petersons in my life, and I walked in with 1 ball and a sling. I made the top 100 one year and cashed the other 2, and I walked in with a plastic ball and a sling. You know?
I actually maybe one day I'll run some tournament. I'll get a sponsorship and I'll
That
run
would be
I'll run
a
a
very
5 day.
interesting. Yep.
I'll run a 5-day best of the best, 50 grand on top.
I was going to say, I don't care what conditions you're putting out. If the money's there, the players are going to
50
come
grand,
for the money.
50
Could
grand.
you imagine that bowling on those 5 patterns for 50 grand?
Yeah.
The players would come out of the woodwork everywhere to bowl,
Yeah.
regardless of what pattern was.
Yeah, 50 grand. Flanagan's running the tournament. It's 5
Yep.
days long. It's 50 grand
When
up
and
top.
where. The players would say
Yeah,
when and where, and I'll be there.
Yep. And I go, okay, every day it's a new pattern.
Yep.
And I'll post it 15 minutes
And it
before the
wouldn't
squad.
matter what pattern it is, they'd come.
And there is no
Yep.
practice sessions to be able to.
Yep. Yeah.
I bowled on pattern 4, and I think I need to drill a ball.
You make your
No.
adjustments on the fly.
Yeah, you show up.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say, hey, you only get 5 balls.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let them drill a ball right in the middle. Actually, as a matter of fact, maybe I'll run the pro shop that week, and I'll set my own prices.
Well, you'd probably make a lot of money.
Yeah, I'd sell plastic balls for $500.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Oh, you
Yep.
need one? Oh, now you need
Well,
one.
with $50,000 on top, they'd
They-
be
they'd
buying
be
them
like,
for
well,
$500.
well, damn. Yeah, I'd be like,
This is an
I
investment.
might even make an announcement right in the middle of practice. Say, hey, everybody, notice that today's pattern has 6 units on there and is 30 feet in length. If anybody needs a spare ball, they are available in the pro shop. They will drill it while you bowl. You can use it in competition. Pricing starts at $500.
It goes up from there.
I have 3 blue dots in there for $1,500 a piece that we found on eBay,
Hey, I used to throw a blue dot.
or a black knight.
Back when a blue dot hooked.
Yeah,
Because they
that's
only
true.
had, no oil in the lanes compared to today.
We're way off on a tangent now, but that's just stuff that I think about.
Well, but again, anybody that's been around bowling their whole lives, it's fun to debate things like that and talk about things like that because,
yeah.
lane patterns, that's a huge topic of discussion in this day and age. And one thing, like you just said earlier, you said there's good bowlers that say, well, I can't score on a house shot. Well, that's utter nonsense.
It really is.
A good bowler will score on anything. Now, not every day, not every night. If a lot of good players would much rather have them be tougher because they're more of a shot maker, and it brings, I encourage our players to bowl on everything.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, I mean, you bowl on the easier stuff to loosen that swing up and have some fun and throw some strikes. And you bowl on the tougher stuff to rein it in a little bit, learn patience, learn shot making, learn versatility and spare shooting and that. And to be a complete bowler, you've got to have all that in your arsenal. Not every day, not every tournament, but you've got to be able to bowl. I've had good tournaments where I averaged 205, and I've had good tournaments where I've averaged 235.
Yeah.
It's the same way as a collegiate team. We've
Yeah.
won tournaments averaging 202, and we've won tournaments averaging 220.
Yeah. Yeah, I find all that, very interesting to think about.
Oh, yeah.
Because it goes back to Eugene McCune. Okay. World Series of Bowling, first day used to always start with Cheetah. McCune was a real threat.
Oh, that was
to make the show.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Now, for the next 3 patterns after that, you want to see somebody drop like a rock.
Well, with that speed and that arm swing, he loved playing the ditch.
And for a couple of years, Belmo would be
struggled.
mid pack after day 1,
Yep,
and by the time the top 24 rolled around, he'd be in around 9th through 12th.
Yep.
He'd wreck them on the World Championship pattern and make the show.
Yep.
Now how in the hell? How in all seriousness, how is that determining the world champion? Okay, when Eugene McCune, we already know based off of the lane pattern, turns into a completely different bowler.
Well, and I don't want to disparage Eugene McCune because
I don't
the
either.
man is a phenomenal player.
He's ridiculously
and he
good.
can't just play the gutter. He can play a
Well,
lot of places on the lane.
That
is the fact that we're talking about him shows you how good he was on the gutter.
I love Eugene McCune. He was the top seed this year at his home house.
Yep.
Okay, and before the final, while he was warming up, I said he's a two-trick pony. Said it right on the broadcast. And Eugene knows I said it, and we're cool.
Mm-hmm.
He is an extremist. He can either play way out with speed, or he can move way inside and throw it 12 miles an hour and hook the whole lane. Anywhere in between, he cannot hang at the highest level with those bowlers.
And he'll probably admit that to you.
That's where he has struggled in his career.
Yeah.
Now, if I bowled a World Team Challenge tournament, Eugene McCune would be one of the first people I'd want on my team. The guy is an incredible teammate.
He's a
smarter than hell, competitor, great spare shooter.
Yep.
And he's a great bowler.
Oh yeah.
But he is dominant when he can do one of those two other things.
Well, you talked about Joe Roseman earlier, at the very beginning of this whole conversation.
Yep.
I bowled the regional pro tournament at Hammond, Indiana at Stardust back in 2006, I believe it was, and Joe bowled that. And in the second round of match play, that's where it was big, major tournament, and they cut to the top 64 for match play, and in the second round, Joe matched up against Eugene McCune. And the shot was on the gutter, and Eugene shot a snazzy 812 at him, I believe it was. He shot 800. I believe it was 812. And let me tell you, gutter or not gutter, they were not 812 easy that day. That was just a display of shot making that Eugene McCune put on. And that was 15 years ago. I'm not even sure he would remember that round, but it was impressive to watch.
Yeah. And Eugene is now on the PBA 50 tour, so he's a different player now, but I just I don't know. I like.
Well, everybody, if you mentioned just a little bit ago about, your 5 patterns, if you want to have a huge tournament with 50 grand on top, if you walk through this field right now and these 56 players and said, write down 5 patterns that you'd like to see a big money tournament on, how many different patterns do you think would show up?
Get a bunch.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
Hundreds.
Yeah. I think we're supposed to get a picture.
I was hoping he was gone for the day, but I see he's made his way back in here.
Nate
Stubler.
Yep, he's back. All right, standings after 3, taking a nosedive.
Yeah, Joe is motioning. They're tough.
Ginormous nosedive.
Well, we're about to look at Game 3 standings, folks. And you can be willing to bet, Mike, that every year there are some people watching right now and looking at the scoring online, that bold A and B squad that are on that bubble. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, so I actually have them that I can screenshot. So
I will let you talk about this before I interrupt you. Mike, I will let you have this front and center here, this scoring pace that we're seeing right now.
Okay. Yeah, let's put this on here. Just got to bring up my little graphic here.
Wow.
It's gotten a little wild.
Oh, my goodness.
And in my opinion, C Squad, not because of necessarily lack of talent, but just because of the way the pattern's applied here this many times, I feel like C Squad always is the squad that just doesn't get after it.
There's been a couple that they hit them pretty good, but I tend to agree with you 100%
so
there, Mike.
There's the standings, everybody, bottom right of the screen.
It tends to play truer, I think, as you lay it out more and more, and less house memory in it.
After 3 games, we have 3 people plus 1 at even.
This is amazing.
Mason Sturkle plus 35, Michelle Fangman plus 21, Jason Miner plus 5, Brady Stearns even. And you can see the rest of the scores, everybody, there. Down to 16th is minus 28.
Is minus 45.
Already.
And this is not even halfway through the squad. This is still 4 games left.
So this cut number is going to be minus maybe 60.
I told you earlier, I said I got There's two guys at minus 58.
Yep.
And that's in the game right now.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It could make the cut and cash
Yeah.
in the tournament.
I don't want to say it will. I'm simply saying, looking at these scores, that is right in the thick of the game right now.
And so there you have it. There's the scores, and I'm not sure if I put the Bitly link in here or not. But I'm going to put the Bitly link in the chat.
Matt Gasson is up to 11th now, minus 21.
Okay, well, that's some grind in there by that young man.
Yep, Trent Mitchell minus 10. He's in 7th. I'll tell you another young man that has continued to impress me.
Yep.
He's coaching our women's team at St. Ambrose, but I knew Chris when he bowled collegiately. Chris Wiley is in 6th at minus 9.
Okay.
He's bowling in
Nice.
our Classic League on Thursday nights, and he's leading that in average after 4 weeks. But Chris is yet another one that I would qualify in the shot maker category. You know, nothing fancy, keeps it in play. He can play a lot of different parts of the lane. He's a competitor. He'll bowl anything at any time, and that's somebody I would look out for on this squad. Now, having said that, anybody can go 100 under, but Chris Wiley being in 6th place after 3 games does not surprise me at all.
No.
That he's up there. Here's another quality player that I look to make a big move here as the squad goes on. Chad Nelson sitting in 16th place right now, minus 28. Jerry Mars right ahead of him. Logan Williams.
Chad's another guy that I would love to have on my World Team Challenge team.
Yeah.
You know,
he's another one. He's just been a premier player for so long. But not only that, you know, and I haven't seen him bowl as often as a lot of his friends have, but he's just got a good head on his shoulders. He's just a competitor, and he's, you know, I mean, he handles himself with class at all times that I've seen.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And he doesn't hoop it up.
No, he just bowls. He goes about his business. He treats bowling as a business. You know, he
does.
just goes about his business.
Yeah. He's just like one of those guys. I don't know. He's like the John Rambo of bowling. Like, you know what I mean? As long as he's just chilling and he's going to mind his own business.
Yep.
But you walk up to him, you start messing with him.
He'll rip your throat out.
Absolutely.
And he'll do it with his bowling ball, and it'll happen so quick you don't even know it
I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I bowled Chad Nelson and I was a young bowler, and this is advice to anybody out there, and I'm sorry, Chad, that I'm giving away some secrets here. You bowl Chad Nelson, you walk up to him and go, "Hey, Chad, a lot of respect for your game. Really looking forward to our match. Good luck to you." And during the match, you don't slap a shot out. You don't run a shot out. You try to look like a statue while you're bowling. Show no emotion, and at the end of the match, shake his hand either way. That's your best chance mentally against Chad Nelson. Because the minute you go up there and start
the old
begging
saying,
for
don't
strikes,
poke a sleeping bear.
Woo!
Yep.
Yeah, you do not want to do that against that guy.
Yeah, he's just the all-around consummate, you know, tournament player, which is why he's had so much success in so many tournaments over the course of his career. And those bowlers too, so we talk about low scoring and high scoring pace. Look at USBC's this year. It was quite obvious that the scoring pattern was significantly higher than in recent years. But look at the players that filled all of the leaderboards. It's still a who's who of bowling. Just because the scoring pace was higher does not mean the names changed significantly. It still was a premier list of players from throughout the country. You know, Mike, this makes us wonder. So now that we've seen this, what is going to happen tomorrow morning? This could be crazy tomorrow morning when we get to the semifinals. They could be, if you think today's challenging, I mean, really, if you think about it, how could they get a lot tougher? I don't think they could, but they could keep, you know, I mean, it could keep getting uglier.
Anything could happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
Legitimately.
Yep.
Go to the double shot, double wide.
Yep.
We do have a little string of strikes here.
I see that a 5-bagger up there working on a nice 260 possibility. I don't know who that is.
We're going to know in just a moment. Who's on that pair? We've got a string. We got 280 going to the left. Next to this.
Oh, I didn't even see that, Mike. Yeah, that's on 3 and 4.
So 19 and 20 is who we have. Looks like Edward Peterson. Nope, not Edward Peterson. How about letter C? Patrick. Nope. How about Bruce Rollins Jr.?
He's
know-
the one
do you
on
know Bruce?
280. I do not.
No, Bruce Rollins Jr. I believe is the one over here
On
that we've
260
got up on our
base,
screen.
or on
Yep.
260 possibility.
Yep. And then to the left of that pair, I think that's Donovan Thomas.
That has the 280 possibility.
Yeah.
Well, and he's already significantly. He was up there in the
Minus 24.
He's 12th right now. You know, when scoring the pace is low like this, I mean, a lot of tournaments you're going to bowl. Okay, you shoot 260 or 280, it's a good game. But you shoot 260 or 280 in something like this,
Oh, it's like bowling.
it's like shooting 370.
Yeah, it's probably it's probably like bowling 579 for 2,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
right?
Yep. Because it hasn't happened.
No.
Like you said earlier, I'm just amazed we had a 300 today.
Oh, I can't believe it.
That's not supposed to be possible on this.
No.
But again, with this much talent, you got to figure somebody's going to figure something out somewhere along the way, and
Yep,
he did for that one game.
he did.
But nobody's really solved this for 7 games.
Nope.
There's just, like I said, we've been here all day, and you can miss either way just as easily. Donovan's up right now in the 10th frame.
That is who that is, right?
Yep. There's one. He's
Yeah,
in the
no.
260s at least.
Yep.
Yeah, he's.
He's over there on lane 4.
Mm-hmm.
You just saw his ball go down the lane.
Yep.
Just saw a gutter here
Yep. That's. Yeah.
on a spare.
I said what I thought was the key ingredient today earlier was touch. You know,
Yeah,
I didn't.
no doubt.
I didn't. You know, it's not like I thought power players couldn't compete on this because they could and they have, but
Yep.
but not all power players have the same touch.
True.
I mean, look at Belmo. That's one thing. I bet if you asked him what he's improved the most on in his 15, 16 years on tour, he'd probably say touch.
Yeah.
You know, because this is a pattern. If you camp out in it for a fingernail too long, it's going to jackknife on you. You know,
Yep.
you can't be grabby whatsoever on this. He left. Looks like he went Brooklyn and left a 6-pin. Is that what it looks like, Mike, down there? Yep. But that is one heck of a 269. One of the highest games we've seen all day long.
Sure is. And then we got 239 posted up on the board here.
That's a great game, too. 200s are pretty hard to come by. Yep, they're out there, but nobody's stringing them.
Nope.
Well, we're approaching the end of game 4, so we are officially more than half over on this squad, Mike.
Yep, we are.
Joe motioned to us when he brought the standings up with his thumb down about how low the scores were getting. This will be interesting to see if that pattern continues, because it looks like there was a few decent games that game, but we know there's nothing opening up.
No,
you know,
not
it's
at all.
just they bowled really good that game.
Well, Eric, I got to stretch my legs. You're more than welcome to stay here and talk about whatever you want, or you can stretch your legs too.
You gonna take a break, Mike?
But I'm taking a 5-minute walk. So if you want to hang out here, it's all yours. I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna swap out this graphic, and I'll leave the double wide double stack open. You gonna hang?
Yeah, I'll stay for 5 minutes until you're done, and then I'll split when you get back, Mike.
Okay. Well, so here's your chat right here, so that they may ask questions, so you can respond to those if you like.
Okay.
Like, on the air. So
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna stretch my legs. I appreciate it. I'll
right.
be back with game number 5. Eric's gonna hang out here with you.
I see somebody on there commented about the Sydney pattern, and we put that out there quite often in our tryouts, and that is that is a really, really hard pattern. Yeah, they're just finishing up game 4 here. 3 games left to determine the cut to see which 56 players are going to compete tomorrow. Tournaments like these are really test your shot making and your spare making and your patience. And when you look at the standings on this, just on this squad after 3 games, and see that there are only 3 players out of 56 players that are plus, you don't really need to do any more examination to realize how challenging they are. That kind of says it all right there. It's easy to miss either direction on this. It's just as easy to watch it duck hook as it is to throw it right through the back of the pattern on this. Solid 6-bagger there to finish the game for 222 right in front of us, and there's a possible 245 up there. So there are some decent games this game. This pair's got some decent games on it here. It's not one of our live stream games, but it's lanes 9 and 10 right in front of me. 222, 167, possible 227, possible 245. They're both up in the 11th right now. Yep, it's going to be in the 240s there. Somebody asking in the, oh, I see Jake Gens in the chat room. How are you, Jake? Oh, Brad Bassert in there. Chase Jamison asking, how is Ashton bowling after 3 games? He's minus 59. I did not, they're on the high end of the bowling center. I did not see what he had in game 5. Great game from Donovan Thomas, shot 269. That will probably, my guess is, a chance to take him into the lead for the squad. Donovan. What's your target down there? What were you looking at the arrows? 21. Yeah. Donovan just told me he shot that 269 looking at 21, and that's kind of what Mike and I have been talking about all day. It seemed to me like the best reaction that I saw all day long was getting it somewhere in that 22 to 18 range and not really getting it much right of 10. I'm not saying that was the key to success, because there were a few players that could play a little deeper. There were a few players that could play a little wider. But to me, that seemed to be the best way to keep the ball in play, so that if you missed, you left something that was convertible. Didn't mean you would all the time, but that's what I saw on this. And I mean, on the fresh, 13-14 seemed okay at the arrows. Yeah, there's just no way to get around it. This is a very, very challenging pattern. They've been having these events, the Ebonite Classics, for, I believe, 12 years, and this is going to be one of the lower cuts. And the fields for these events just keep getting stronger and stronger. Some have come up stronger than others. One of the events here a couple years ago, we had a lot of the tour players on their way back from the, to bowl the U.S. Open, stop by and to compete. So there were a lot of quality players in that field. But these tournaments with solid prize fund, the good players want to go bowl against the best players, and there's a dramatic majority of them here this weekend, so that's where they come and bowl. Plus, there's going to be side action as much as you want to play for, and a really good prize fund. A lot of great tournament sponsors. Great host proprietor here, Maple Lanes. Unbelievable, beautiful bowling center. They've been supporters of high quality bowling for as long as they've been in business. I come here and I'm here from 7:45 in the morning until midnight tonight, but Mike Flanagan, he's here long before everybody pretty much setting up, and he'll be here long afterwards tearing down, and especially like tomorrow when the tournament's over, and he'll be here significantly longer than anybody tearing down again. This whole operation, you can't see it when you're watching it at home, but this entire operation, the cords and the hookups and all of the monitors and the cameras and everything, it's a big operation, and I wouldn't have a clue on how to do it, but kudos to him for doing what he does so that everybody at home can watch the tournaments. So Donovan just comes off a 269, and he's right on the pair in front of me, and the ball hooked through the face. And that's another thing you get, because there's some people, players playing different parts of the lane on this pattern, that's what makes tournament bowling what it is crossing pairs, making quick adjustments and good decisions. And just starting game 5 here, a couple frames in. Most of the pairs are 2, maybe 3 frames in. Some of them just starting game 5 here. Jennifer Engelkiss on one of our live stream pairs here. Let me correct myself. Jennifer Wittenberg, Joe and Rosie's daughter that helps run these tournaments. Huge part of the success of these events. She's bowling. Nice to see her out there competing. Successfully converting the 5-pin, which today was no guarantee. I saw more than my share missed. And again, you could miss it either way. Jason Miner, who was in third place right before game 4. He was +5. I didn't see what he had game 4 down there. The scores are still up, so he just struck. I believe he had 201. That would be good. It's always interesting. So you're going to a pair where there's some really good scores on. See how the next group of bowlers hit that pair of lanes. Brad, I'm trying to concentrate. I just look at the chat, and I see Brad Bassert says, just start pushing buttons. Mike can fix it when he gets back. Brad, I wouldn't even know what any of these buttons are. I don't know where to push them down or up or down. I don't know. Now, if it was a selection of pizza, I might have a better clue. That's good, though. I had to mention it. I just saw another 5-pin miss to the right, and I see another one being shot here. Or that may actually be the head pin there on lane 5. It's hard to see from here, but I just saw another 5-pin missed. And you get on a pattern like this, and like I said, you can miss either direction. You know, a lot of times people that, you know, that aren't here, you know, they'll think, well, they can't be that hard, can they? Well, okay. Yes, they can. There's a lot of talent on this squad, on each squad. There's a lot of talent on this squad. And when you look at the sheet and only see a few people, 4 names, 600 or higher after 3 games, that's all you need to know about. To keep beating that horse to death. Yep, they're tough. More than half the squad is 50 under after 3 games. I'm sure we'll be seeing game 4 scores come out here very soon. Well, I see Mike stumbling back here. Mike, we had one of the all-time great comments in the chat while you were gone.
You almost make it sound like I'm drunk. Oh, he's stumbling back over here. He's on his 20th beer of the day.
Good Lord, have a seat. No. So Brad Bassert puts in there, just start pushing buttons. Mike can fix it when he gets back.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I said to him, I wouldn't know whether to push down or up or sideways. Yeah. Well, Mike, I appreciate you having me in here.
Bro, thank you. That was fun.
Yep. Always fun. Thanks for everything you do for our sport.
Oh,
it is greatly
you too.
appreciated. I'm sure we will continue to chat periodically as tonight goes on and as the weekend goes on.
Yep, we will.
And I know it's kind of sadistic to say, but it'll be kind of fun seeing what the cut number is
at
the end of the evening.
Will. Yeah.
That's just kind of people we are, is looking at that cut number. Not that I wish it to be low, but I think it's going to be, and I think that goes without saying.
Yeah, I was walking away from my walk, and Chad Nelson saw me and waved, and I walked over and told him about our conversation about Rambo and everything, and he's like, I couldn't agree more. That shit pisses me off when these bowlers out here start begging for strikes and kicking stuff and going nuts.
That's good.
And then he goes, oh, by the way, I turned my radio down on the way here, and I was listening to your movie idea. He's like, I love that movie idea. He's like, dude, that's a winner. You got to write that script. All right, man. Thanks a
again.
lot. Appreciate
All right,
it.
Mike.
Good luck to your players.
Yep, I'll talk to you later.
See you, bud. It's Eric Littig, everybody. That was enjoyable. Hopefully you all enjoyed that as much as I did. Eric is, he's like an encyclopedia for this area. So he can really offer some insight, and also had a chance to walk down memory lane to when I used to compete in his tournaments back in the day. What's crazy is I didn't even remember Eric from back then. You know what I mean? Because when you're a kid, you don't pay attention to all that stuff. So that's one thing to all the kids out there and adults. Anytime you bowl a tournament, no matter if you bowl good, bad, or indifferent, you should always walk up to the tournament director and the people working hard for you and say thank you for running the tournament. Great job. I'll be back. You do that, and puts good karma out into the world. Well, you guys are probably sick of this double wide, so I'll just pick here. Mr. Anderson. Boom. Don't forget, folks, if you're looking for the standings, they are available over at the top of our chat window. I have it pinned up there. I have a bit.ly link pinned up there. You can go and check it out. All the standings are available there, all the squads. Everything is there in a nice Google Doc that they put together, which is beautiful. Everything you need. Every little thing they do is magic. Today's event is held in Waterloo, Iowa. It's the 2022 Ebonite Fall Classic, Waterloo, Iowa, Maple Lanes to be exact. Thanks for asking. We were talking about Chad Nelson. Chad's getting ready to bowl over there on lane 5. He has started with strike, spare, double. Two tens. Thank you, sir. All right, everybody, here are some standings for you. Donovan Thomas plus 45 on this squad. Gasson's up to 44. Mason Sturkle plus 36. Dwayne Kiltz plus 31. Trent Mitchell plus 25. Then Jason Miner minus 6. Goes down minus 11, minus 12, minus 15. Nice shot by Chad there. Minus 20, minus 20. Minus 21, minus 25, minus 37, minus 40, minus 44. And in case you were wondering, 19th place is minus 55 on this squad so far. I mentioned 19th because we're cutting to 56. You take out 19 a squad, that'd be 57. So that's kind of the number we've been basing it off of. Realize there's one extra spot there, but needless to say, we're looking around 50 to 60 under to make this cut. 58 might be safe. Could be. Could be. Yeah, they're regular pins. Fairly new. Less than a year old. right. I realize some folks are a little new here to the party. After this shot, I'll go over the pattern again with you. Here is the pattern. 2022 Ebonite Classic here at Maple Lane. Special design pattern for this event. It's a 1.84 to 1 ratio. Very flat. Very, very flat. Symmetric. Almost 30 mils of oil. Playing very challenging. Chad Nelson's been good on this lane, but that's left to target, but it holds. Just having a little bit of problem on that left lane there. What ball is Chad using? That's a good question. When he walks his way over this way, we're going to find out for you. So I don't know if you guys saw this video I put out or listened to it in podcast form, but I put out a video and podcast with Parker Bone III of an interview that I did a couple years ago, actually 4 years ago at Bowl Expo. I do think sometimes I do have some stuff hidden in my archives that I should put out. But this one with Parker Bone III was really nice. And it was getting rave reviews. Well, just a few minutes ago, I got a text from Parker Bone III that said, I finally listened to the entire interview. That turned out great. He said he listened all the way to the end, the PVA 50 Player of the Year part and everything, and we just had a little back and forth here. So if Parker approves, I would suggest you go out there, folks, and listen to my interview with Parker Bone III. It's on this YouTube channel, or you can listen to it wherever you find podcasts. Search for the Inside Bowling Show and leave me a comment. Let me know what you think of that interview. That's actually my favorite form of media. Like, if I could, I would just go interview everybody in the game. And I like to prepare for the interviews too. Like, ideally what you want to do for an interview is you want to contact the person's significant other, possibly their kids, possibly like a best friend, tour roommate, parents, and just find out as much dirt on the person as you possibly can in a tasteful way, so that when you do this interview, you hit them with things that they're like, oh my gosh, how do you know about that, right? And it really creates quite a rapport with the interview and the interviewee. And I really, really do enjoy talking to people and telling stories, because everybody's got a story, including every single one of you out here watching tonight. Like, there is something special about every single one of you, and I don't want to sound all sappy here, but everybody's got a story, right? I mean, part of being a human, you have your good days and your bad days. But man, those good days and those things that have happened to you that are important, I hope that you have an opportunity to share those with as many people as possible, because the more you talk about your positive days, the more you're going to have positive mojo, you're going to feel better about yourself, you're going to enjoy life better. So, and that's something that Parker Bone kind of taught me, as I've gotten to know him over the years. Try to look at the positives. And in that interview, he touches on it. I don't want to give it away, but in the interview, he talks about people that don't have it as good as you or me, and no matter how bad you have it, right? Well, you don't have it that bad, because you have some sort of way to watch this broadcast, which means you either have a cell phone, you have an internet connection, you have a computer, you have a smart TV. So you are already #blessed, like just being able to watch this broadcast. So I find myself oftentimes, you can feel sorry for yourself no matter how well you're doing or how bad you're doing. But I think it's important that you should, take a look around and don't be comparing yourself against Patrick Mahomes or Mark Wahlberg or Will Smith or Oprah Winfrey or whoever, Jeff Bezos, whoever you want to compare yourself against. That's not what it's all about. You'll drive yourself crazy. It's a little self-talk right now to myself. But yeah, so that's what you need to do. You need to try to stay positive. As positive as you possibly can. A friend reminded me of that recently. So that's what I would do. Parker Bone's podcast right there. It'll put you in a good spot. Put you in a real good spot. So check it out right here on the channel. And if you want to support what we do here as well, we do sell merch. We've been putting out some pretty cool merch. We've been selling a lot of merch. If you'd like to support what we do, pick up some merch. Save 15% with coupon code YouTube. Certainly would appreciate that. Also, if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do so. We're like 64,000, something like that. Let me see how our day has gone with new subscribers. We've got a lot of returning subscribers here, which is great. Let me take a look-see here. How is our channel performing today? Well, we have 63,380 subscribers. Well, that's nice. That's cool. My goal here is to get to 100K. Really want to get to 100K. Man, That would be amazing. 100K. Are you kidding me? And there's been a lot of people that help get it here. It's not a one-man band by any means. This is a work in progress by a lot of people. This channel is 11 years old. 11 years old. Let me see. Yeah, we've had a nice day. Had a nice day here in subscribers. Shout out to those of you that have also donated through the super chat function today. I don't really mention that very often here, but we have had some people do that, so thank you. Do appreciate that as well. Very nice. Very, very nice. Keeps us coming back. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. I'll get you that that ball that Chad's using too. $2.14 still left here for Chad. He's minus 37, leaves the 10 pin. Can bowl 203. Hard fought 203 that game. Getting ready to roll into game number 6. It's 10:01. Should be done around 11:20. 11:20. And then back tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the Cashers round. Right here for you. Inside Bowling is the YouTube channel. But you guys already knew that. All right, Chad. Chad's going to tell us what ball he's using. Chad's going to tell us what ball. Chad's going to come over here in a minute. He's going to tell me his ball. Going to answer the question for Keith Ubert. He's dying to know what ball he's using. So, Keith, we're going to get that answer for you because we want to do everything we can for you. Yes, we do. Chad's scratching his head. He's got his spare ball in his hand. He's picking up a 3-ball tote, and he's going to drag it to the right. He's explained to someone he's bowled a great game, a 203. He's having an in-depth conversation about it. And he's about ready to come over here to the booth area. And I'm about to answer that question for you, so I hope you're there. He's taken a while. They're still talking about the game. Now we've got Shannon Buchanan's mom. And Shannon. Hey, Chad, what ball did you use?
That game?
Yeah.
Which shot?
I don't know. The end of the game?
RST1.
RST1.
And then I had a infinite physics.
Infinite Physics, one shot. None of them were very good. Okay, he's not very good right now.
Let me hang around.
So there you go. There's the answer. There you have it. Guess we can go into game 6. And here we go. Game number 6, just like that, getting ready to roll.
There you are. How you been?
Good.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, we were just talking about it.
I seen you were up there talking, and he's been. Is he not bowling yet? Not ready?
He works at night. But he won't Tuesday night. So if you can.
So Matt Gasson is in front of the ball return. He's been bowling pretty good. Looks like he's throwing, I'm going to guess that's a high road pearl. He leaves a 7-pin.
Post office.
I was gonna say I see.
His hair is still exactly the same as it was when he started bowling today. Actually, when he walked in the door, it hasn't moved.
How you bowling?
I'm not. My score ain't bad, but I'm not bowling very good.
Oh, okay.
30 under, 30 something under, maybe 20.
Pull it out.
Yeah, we got 2 to go. I got to sharpen up for 2 games.
Nice talking to you.
Yes, take care. I'll chat.
Yeah,
with
Chad's
you
from
before you guys-
Minnesota. He's from the soda. Little place called Minnesota. Little place called Aspen. High Road Pearl. High Road Pearl. X2. Rotogrip X2. RST X2. The purple ball, right?
Even with a 160 and a 150.
Yep. Okay. Did you just come off 160? You just bowl 150. After bowling 260. Yeah, 265, 150 for Matt. He's not very happy right now. That's what he said. Okay. I understand. I get it. I'm talking about a place where the beer flows like wine, where the women instinctively flock like the salmon of Capistrano. I'm talking about Aspen. Kevin, I love it. I love it. I like it a lot. Oh, do I ever. One of my favorite movies of all time. Much of it shot in the state of Utah. I've been to Harry and Lloyd's apartment. Hung out with Petey. Pretty bird. Pretty bird. Polly want a cracker? Our pets' heads are falling off. Senior citizens, although slow and dangerous behind the wheel, can still serve a purpose. So great. Gasson. Oh, hello. Bingo. Bingo, bango. It's that Pete Weber release. That,
I just said it's been a long time since I bowled in college.
yeah.
I never bowl in front of the ball anymore. I'm like in
Yeah.
land right now.
Throwing her super slow.
Hitting it as hard as I can and just trying to get my hand up.
Yep. It's great.
No. My score ain't very bad. I don't know. I don't have my glasses on.
Hi, Shannon. Hi. Good.
I had a 200 there, some 30 under, 30 something. Scoring base is great. So it's just 2 megawatts. 7 pin, I passed it to the right. And watch it. It's megawatts. They're all megawatts. Danny? It's been bowling much, been working a lot. We got a couple team tournaments coming up here pretty soon. Yeah, St. Cloud's running again. Jason Hansen out I used to be not the old Granite Lanes. Salt Lake. Salt. I don't either. Salt Lake. We bowled in Granite. That was awesome. I was gonna say I'd had no trouble scoring there. That's where they used to have the old kegel tournament. Now it's basically started it's 5,000 to win team, 2,500 doubles, and then it's handicapped. That's still there, Garden Center? Yeah. I should have been bowling. No, I love that place. That reminds me of bowling on in the basement. They were like this. If you bowled in the basement.
It's a nice shot there by Gasson just a minute ago. Jennifer has a cheering section here. It's on 9 and 10. Jennifer, who runs the tournament. with Joe and Rosie. Jennifer does most of the heavy lifting for the first two squads. Joe and Rosie bring it home.
I've talked to some other, that's where they start. And
Yeah, this cut number is going to be minus 50 or more. Chad Nelson next door. You just saw him on your screen. 3 in a row there. He's got 290 left.
yeah, just don't watch this. Hey, I'm a senior now, so I'm getting a senior kid. They're 50 last week. I might bowl a few next year. I'm gonna see what with I'll bowl the Masters. And then I thought maybe some of the bigger ones. Wife would like to go to Florida. I don't think I'd have to.
Go to the Fort Myers stop.
Fort Myers?
Yeah.
What's that? Baseball?
No. It's just, it's better than the villages.
Is it?
Yeah.
I want to go when I can get like 2 or 3 tournaments for taking weekends. That'll be the key for me. I know, I watch a lot of it.
Fort Myers is cool. Village is weird.
Well, I've heard that. There ain't really nothing else to do but it.
Yeah, but at night there's bands, 3 different casinos, different parts of the town. Everybody drives golf carts.
Well, it's kind of its own little community.
I stayed in the villa. I came with golf and I drove a golf cart to work every day.
You bowling it?
Yeah. It was like a 8-minute
Golf cart.
golf cart ride. They got golf cart roads and regular roads side by side. It's crazy. I mean, it's insane. But it's just everything closes at like 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I was gonna say, I remember you saying you trying to find a place to eat.
Yeah.
You're not. You better have something planned ahead of time.
Aberdeen is amazing, and they got the golf course there. They got 7 golf courses. Okay. Then Mooresville is amazing. I don't know if you like NASCAR or not.
Yeah.
There are amazing. Everything in Mooresville. Everything's there. You can go
Something on the off. I'll have to have you.
barbecue. Yeah, I'll tell you every lowdown, every stop. Carolinas are great.
All right. What's that? Like 13. Yeah. Shannon Buchan here. He's getting ready to bowl the senior tour in a couple years. All right, let me get these scores up for you. We got a scoring update after 5. Let's add this bad boy here. Get you some scores. There it is. Minimize. And here we go. Updated scores. Donovan Thomas plus 59. Mason Sturkle plus 57. Trent Mitchell plus 50. Russ Ovia plus 45. Jerry Mars plus 39. Dwayne Kiltz plus 34. Jason Miner plus 20. Patrick Havda plus 5. Then you can see Gasson's minus 4. Wiley's minus 13. And so on down the list. Now, to give you an idea of what 19th place is minus 73 now on this squad. So if you took 19 from every squad, but we do all squads combined, the cut number is like in the minus 60s now. This squad is bowling worse than the other two.
Yeah, so then once it leaves the Carolinas, then it goes up to Virginia. I didn't know that, but the finals is in a rich guy's basement. I did hear about that. I didn't watch the finals. I watch a lot. Listen, I turn it on if I'm out in the shop or I can't hear it or whatever. I'm fixing stuff, but I only got to go out there and help the guys along behind me as I'm at my desk. Just put my headset on and I don't watch it. I'm doing it, but I listen to you guys talk. So we obviously the Vegas stops the Vegas stuff. I've been there 50, 60 years. It is whatever. Colorado's probably not one of those. Is that Colorado Springs? Yeah. That's where my daughter is. Then the whole Midwest, I go to Dave Small's places, a couple of his places. That's towards the end. Yeah, a couple in Michigan. Regular Masters stuff. Yeah, me too. It's all right with me. It's half the drive is normal. Yeah.
Oh, let's see. What would they do if they were bowling on lanes with above ground ball returns? Yeah, no kidding. Probably not come back. May I ask the cut after the first two squads? Well, again, if you take 19 and 19, it was 45 under. But that's not, I mean, if you took 56, the number's like in the 80s, minus 80s or something. But that's without the squad bowling. So it's best to just say that the cut number is going to be somewhere around minus 60 now as we're projecting. What's going on, Oklahoma? It's great to have you here, Steve. Oh, wow. Tim Anders. I'm so jealous. Leftover Franklin barbecue brisket for a late night snack, chat. Oh, my gosh. Snacky, snacky. Get after that snacky, snacky. Look at you. I had leftover lasagna. I'm having roast rooster in about 30 minutes. We had too many roosters in our hen house. Oh, my goodness. Here's a question about Gasson shot. Will the ball double dribble, yes or no? He's double dribbled a couple of them now, meaning it bounces in the heads. Yep, it did. What's going on, Jordan? How are you? If you're just joining us, I have a standings link at the top of the chat. Scores have been extremely low. Brittany Smith is 137 over. Nobody else is 100 over in the event. We've got 3 players in the 70s that are over. And then on this nighttime squad here, the C squad, we have about 8 players plus right now. And we're projecting a cut score of -60 on this 43 feet in length oil pattern with about 30 milliliters of oil out there. Steve, that's great. You finally bowled your first PBA regional, and it was an awesome experience. That's great, man. you can gather a lot of knowledge there and take it to regular events near you and parlay that into better things. And maybe even bowl some more regionals and get yourself in a spot where you can do some cashing. Game will get a lot better. Something didn't feel right there for Russ. I don't know if a spinner would have a better shot on this, but straighter angles are definitely better. Folks, I'll be right back and take a little walk. Check out a little bit about the cut score, see what it could be, see what Joe's thinking.
It's amazing. I'm so proud of you. Why should you? Are you doing that?
All right, everybody, I am back. This cut score is moving more in the negative. All right, we officially can flip the switch to the last game of qualifying here for the day. I go to our double stack, double wide, bring in as many players as we possibly can to finish out the day. If you have any questions or anything you'd like to know here, we will be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time for continuing coverage of the 2022 Ebonite Fall Classic. My name is Mike Flanagan from Inside Bowling. Glad you took some of your day to watch some of our bowling here. Certainly do appreciate it very much. And so do the bowlers. And if you are a bowler, the cut projection number is going to be somewhere in the minus 60s now. And I can say that with confidence. I believe minus 58 is totally safe. Steve Lane is going to the ITRC in Arlington in October. That's awesome. Enjoy that. Soak it up. Take notes. Take notes while you're there, while you're getting some instruction and some help. Joe?
As I try to figure this out a little bit, if we could get squats combined.
I do for the first two squats. Yeah, I do.
That would be a little helpful. Yeah, no problem.
All right, folks, we got a little bit of standings here for you. Let me go grab them. Let me go grab these. All right, sorry for the delay. Here are the standings. Trent Mitchell plus 86, Jerry Mars plus 48, Russ Ovia plus 43, Chad Nelson is plus 35, Donovan Thomas plus 26, Jason Miner plus 17, Dwayne Kiltz plus 16, Chris Wiley plus 3. Then you've got Sturkle, Williams, Gasson, who's on your screen right now, Jake Cook, Yamaski, Eggert, Hovda, and Peterson, your top 16. Currently, 19th place on this squad is minus 52. So that number moved up a little bit, minus 52. Minus 52, the number now currently on this squad. So that number's back around the 50 mark. But it's still pacing to go a little bit lower than that. Joe's going to bring me over combined for the first two squads. Thank you, sir. So currently right now, from the other squad, I've got a combined list here. So he's taken 56. 56th was minus 102 after two squads. So, of course, that number's going to change. So let's just take 40th from A and B is minus 57. So on this squad, are 16 better than minus 57? And the answer is yes. So that means the number went up quite a bit the last game. So if we take 16, 7, let's take 18 off of this squad is minus 42. So are there 38 players better than minus 42? No, there's not. So if we take 18 and 36, minus 44 is the number. Minus 42 is 18. So we add 18 to that is 53, 54, 55, 56. Right now the cut is minus 49. That is the cut number right now, minus 49. Current cut number, minus 49. So it jumped up a little bit because 15 versus 18. 3 more people jumped inside the number the last game. So it moved 3 spots from this squad. Yes, a lot of single pins missed today. Dwayne Kiltz has the front 6, by the way. We also have the front 5. We also have a front 4 over here on 5 and 6. So we've got some strings of strikes. This number may be under 50 now. It's minus 49 coming into this game. Yeah, it was a nice pickup. Baby split plus the 9 pin. Saw that. Lon. William Jones on the front 5, looking for 6. Through the nose. Kiltz is still striking. It's just amazing to me on this pattern. When you watch people throw it into the lane, it like goes Brooklyn. Then when you see them throw it down the lane and it gets past our break point, it has no chance of hooking. So you got to be like right in between. But if you are a little left, it is trouble. And if you are a little right, it is trouble. That's why it's playing so difficult. And you try to jam it in there like that, and then you leave like a 4-pin. You're like, God, I threw that so good. You see William Jones go front 5, then through the face for a 3-9, and now through the face for a big O nasty split. So Dwayne Kilt's string comes to an end. So we will go into our double wide, double stack as we have the front 7 down here on 5 and 6. And Mr. Mitchell here who's plus 86 coming in, leading this squad, has 95 in the 8th. So he's going to go backwards. Leader of the squad might be 50 over for 7 games. It's like 208. .207 would be 209 point a little. So some big games here, but no 300s. Trying to shoot some numbers here down the stretch. Nice shot. Front 5, 8 spare, 5 spare strike. The combinations of leaves here, it's been pretty incredible. Dwayne with a break over there on 14. Folks, I suggest taking that browser link and bookmarking it, because when we go off the air, it'll be a little bit before those standings are updated and we'll have an official cut score. But it will be coming. It was minus 49 across all 3 squads coming into this game. Minus 49, the number. Gasson is finished with 7 spare, 7 spare, 7-2, and now a 5 count. And coming into that game, he was minus 31. So he is flirting with the cut number here. Minus 31. He only gets 2. So he bowls 179. So 21. He's minus 52. That number was outside of the cut coming into that game. So Gasson bubble. He is on the bubble. I believe he may be the number. That's a gut feel on that. It's going to be close. So, folks, it's been fun today bringing you the coverage, 21 games in all. Got here at the center at 7:15 this morning. Looks like I'll be leaving a little after 11:15 here tonight. I believe that's, what is that, 16 hours? Solid 16-hour day here with you. Appreciate our guests that we've had. Eric Littig, Tom Hess, Matt Gasson to sit in the booth and join us. And the fun begins again tomorrow, where we'll cut to the top 56, bring you 6 games, cashers qualifying tomorrow morning, and then we'll be back right after that around noontime for the beginning of the top 10. Top 4 all getting buys, and then 7th through 10th, or excuse me, 5th through 10th will all then go into a modified bracket to determine the 5th seed. And we'll have all that for you right here tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Want to thank our sponsors again, of course. Ebonite, our title sponsor. If you're looking for a new bowling ball, make sure you consider an Ebonite bowling ball in your next purchase. I'd like to thank the Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau. We'd also like to thank I Am Bowling. If you're looking for some new die-sub jerseys, check out I Am Bowling. And you can save 25% off their website with the coupon code GIBA. Also want to thank Guaranteed Rate, our man Brandon Steen hooking up that sponsorship. Budweiser and Bud Light, the official beer of the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. And remember, always drink responsibly, everybody. And the Hampton Inn, the official hotel sponsor, the OP restaurant over on Ridgeway. It's a great place to go if you're in town. Make sure you check out the OP restaurant over on Ridgeway. And, of course, Kwik Star. When you're looking to get some gas, want to go to the convenience store, get a few things, check out Kwik Star. And, of course, here at Inside Bowling, we also have our merch shop. We'd love for you to take a look at that. You can use the coupon code Inside Bowling, YouTube, to save 15% off over at Inside Bowling. So thank you for all the orders that have come in today. We certainly do appreciate the support here on our channel and all that we do at Inside Bowling for the bowling world. So we're just finishing up, a couple balls left here. And again, the cut number was minus 49 coming into this game. I anticipate it to go up, meaning minus 50 or more. That's my gut instinct on that one. It's minus 49. We already saw Matt Gasson fall to minus 52. We did just see that. We thank you for being part of this show here tonight and all day long. Absolutely, Scott. Absolutely. Couple last shots, and these are the last shots in the building. A lot of views here today. Certainly do appreciate you joining us. Again, bookmark that link up at the top so you can see the standings. We'll also put it out on Inside Bowling Twitter. We will get that out for you. Final shot of the tournament for qualifying. Over under 8.5. Under. All right, everybody. All right, we'll bring it into the booth. Thanks for joining me today again. Appreciate it, everybody, very, very much. I want to thank the proprietors here, Amy family, everybody that helps put on a great show here at Maple Lanes. Thanks so much for all you do for bowling here. To Joe Inglekis, Rosie Inglekis, and, of course, Jennifer for running the event for us. I want to thank all of our sponsors one more time that I just went over just a little bit ago, especially Ebonite, our title sponsor. I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank the bowlers for providing great competition out on the lanes. And tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Central Time is when we'll come back with the top 56 on this very grueling, demanding 43 feet in length, almost 30 milliliters of oil, flat oil pattern. We'll continue to bring that to you tomorrow. We'll crown a champion later in the afternoon. We should go off the air around 4:30 or so after we interview our 2022 Ebonite Fall Classic champion. This is the 22nd edition of these major tournaments up here in Iowa that Joe and his team put on. So I appreciate the opportunity, as always, to bring you the coverage right here on Inside Bowling. Thanks for being a subscriber to the channel. Thanks for supporting our store. And thank you very much for taking some time on a weekend to want to watch bowling on our channel. Certainly do appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you interact in the chat. Should be a good one here tomorrow as these bowlers are truly tested here in Waterloo. Have a good night, everybody. Be safe, and we'll see you tomorrow when we all wake up and join back here in our chat room and here at Maple Lanes here in Iowa. Good night, everybody. Now, if the guys in the truck would perhaps maybe give me the graphic on a timely fashion for a change. Guys, I need that graphic. I know it's late. Come on. There we go. Thanks, guys.